Hello, hello, hello. How is everybody? So, this week's How is everybody? Sorry about that. That was my phone. This week's YouTube personality appreciation. I'm going to grab up their channel link. Is a channel that I found here not too long ago, and I just absolutely love their channel because they are great people and they made you feel welcome from the very beginning. Is Locker Nuts. So that's who I have this week. And at the end of the video, at some point, I will post them on my community page. Hey, Christine. I was so slap happy last night. I was so tired. Last night was so long. Tonight I'm not going to be on that long though. Whoops. It's one of those nights. Hey, Tim. Long time no see. Are you having fun? Are you ready for the holidays? I am continually working on my journal, which I have my camera like right up against it. So I'm going to have to back it up. I keep bumping my camera. Hold on. Let me look at StreamYard. There we go. That's better. It'll be backing up shortly. It was. You get the right combination of personalities. It can be a lot of fun. So I am altering a book into a journal. And so far, this is the cover. It was a book that nobody wanted, something to do about how do you turn your hobby into a tax deduction. One of those type of books that nobody cares to buy and read. So I'm using my coffee dyed paper, and I'm using National Geographics because it's one of my favorite magazines. It's always filled with cool stuff. So this is what I have done so far. I went through every 5th page and took out so many pages. And how I do that is I just do a little bit of math. And I usually keep the book where it's one-sided because you know you're covering both sides. So I try to keep it between 50 and I try not to go over 116 pages because it's a lot of work when you're covering the pages. But I like my journals to be about that. And then if they're blank, you don't have to cover anything on the pages. And then this will all be able to be written on or put pictures in or whatever a person wants to do with it. But I went through and I've been picking out some nature pictures. And where I ripped the pages out, I glue the pages together to turn these into pockets. So you have pockets going straight down in the side, or like this one here, I tuck the page back and then I covered that with coffee dyed paper. So you have a pocket there. And when I do the pockets, I like to have an animal or something peeking out because I just think it's funny. But this is like my happy place. This is my favorite style of journal because it's almost like a walk through nature with me. See how cute that is? I got a little birdie peeking out of that hole. And I will continue covering, and some I skip around. I got this bear. He's on his back with his paws up. Look how cute that is. And I love to make journals fun because I'm one of those type of people that when I'm writing, I like to kind of drift off, and I'm either looking at a picture or out the window. So I'm almost getting to the point where I'm almost done covering the pages, and the journal's almost complete. And on the front here, you could put a bracket that says journal, or make a, you can even make an embellishment to go here that says whatever, to turn it into even more looking like a journal. But we're going to work on these 2 pages. And since I had rating, a picture rating, I'm going to do these 2 with coffee dyed. And I already have them pre-cut because I did that another time. I just saved one of the pages that I cut, and I just use it as a stencil to cut more. And I picked the side that I like the best, which will be that one because it's grungier. And let me look first, be sure it doesn't need cut down first, because it might need cut a little smaller. Almost glued it without thinking. Yes, this is going to need to be cut a little more, because you don't want your pages to catch in the bump of turning the book. And at the end of the year, next month, I will be back with a journal that I actually did like this, that I kept. Both of the other ones sold by donation for a fundraiser, and another one I gave away is a giveaway. Yeah, I didn't sell that one. And then the third one I kept. And I really, really like, because I already finished using it. It looks really cute. So you'll get to see the finished product of what one looks like that you utilize too. And anybody that wants to get crafty, and you have books and you don't want to see them in the landfill, turn them into a journal and have fun with them. You can, if you're not a writer, that's okay. You can turn it into a glue book. And what a glue book is, if you don't know. Hey, Christina. A glue book is a book where you could just pull random pictures out of something. This paper came from, this was wrapping paper that came from the Dollar Tree. I liked it because it was cute and had skates on it. And then I decided to turn it into my very first glue book that I've ever done. This was actually my birthday last year. And then just random pages. This one's not finished. It's just the stuff that I've cut out of junk mail. Isn't that funny? And then this here was a cupcake that I bought off of somebody's live sale, cupcake holders. And then I had, you can put brads on these. And then this here, I love this page. I literally bought a book. I don't know if you guys heard the story when I bought books off of eBay. I bought a set of horse books for my granddaughter because she's into horses as bad as I am. And she's a lefty like me. She loves horses and her favorite color is blue. I mean, come on now. And she didn't know these things about me when she picked it. That's what I thought was even more interesting, because it is genetic. We love horses genetically. So the eBay seller not only had books, but a set of horse stamps came with them. So I decided to keep some of the stamps. She might get them someday when she's ready to start crafting. And I used the stamps, but the eBay person put a thank you and drew me a picture of a horse. How cool is that, that an eBay seller does that? So I turned this page into that eBay seller's page. I used the stamps, and I decided to glue their picture in here, and I thought that was really cool that they would draw me a picture. And then this was a Halloween one. And then this here is just a faith one. Be kind, be humble, be grateful. Sometimes I forget to do that at certain times, but I have a lot of this to fill in. So this is a continued glue book that's not done yet. And I still have my cat book, my Sunny Fun Time mail book. These are things you can do if you don't have nothing else to do, especially if people are on lockdown. Grab yourself some old books. This was Memory of My Cats. And I turned this into a memory book. The same way I'm basically making this one. And then another book I did, this came from Australia, from JD. She sold this with postcard on it, and that's exactly what I turned it into. You have postcards laying around from family, and it's just sitting in a box somewhere, I turned it into a journal. So I have stamps in here and postcards that people sent. And I love these books. I love the different ideas that people could do with journal type books. So this is my collection. And my Sunny Fun Time Mail book, I'm not done with it yet either. I will get there. I just put them aside. And then I continue working on them another day. But my Sunny Fun Time Mail is like all my favorite crafters I have bought mail off of so far are just friends and that I consider friends. And I'm not done with this book yet. I'm sure I'll have many more people to put in here, but I just take a break. So for now, I'm continuing this book. Yay! And I can't wait till my craft room, my bookstore is turned into my craft room, because I plan on putting a bookshelf with all the journals I have used and I have bought off of people. And it's going to have special bookshelf. So how is everybody tonight after I babbled? I stop to breathe every once in a while. I was going back watching. I do a rewatch sometimes on the sales because sometimes I get nervous and I don't get to read everybody's comments. I can't believe I missed 23 coming in. That was hysterical. And he's going, she doesn't see me, because I was over here doing something else. But I do go back and rewatch the videos to make sure that I don't get orders wrong and things like that. I always double check myself. So I started getting everything together, but I'm not done yet. So tired. Yeah, I hear ya. You should have seen me this morning. I couldn't move. My arthritis and sitting here last night, my knees were killing me. So I stood up a couple of times just to stretch out, because I have osteoarthritis. It's terrible. And this morning, it's funny how somebody in the live was talking about that turmeric. It's supposed to be really good, that they drink it in tea or something for arthritis. Well, the funny thing about it was like a week before, my son-in-law was telling my husband about this. But he was talking about it in capsule form. And because, you know, when they're working in the cold, or if you're working in places like they do, it can get rough on the body. So, you know, when they see all the addictions that people have, when you take pain medications and things like that, I think it scares people now because of what they see. So like my husband and him and like certain other people are looking for natural alternatives, which I don't blame them, because a lot of new drugs that comes out, seems like the FDA passes these stuff and then they recall because stuff happens with them. So it's kind of scary to take new medicines unless it's kind of went through testing for a while. So I've seen a lot of people going back to the natural ways, and I don't blame them at all, because I remember when I was going through hot flashes, like my doctor's from India, and, you know, we talked about things, because when I first started into hot flashes, it started out mild, and then, geez, I was getting up in the middle of the night, sticking my face in the freezer. This was a while ago. Because I had cysts on my ovaries so bad, I had to have a complete hysterectomy at the age of, I think it was like 38 or 48, or I know I was younger. And I was still able to have kids, and my doctor's like, "Are you sure?" I had to have my husband sign a piece of paper. I'm like, "Listen, dude." He's like, "Well, you're still young enough to have kids and all this, blah, blah, blah. So you're going to put them through college?" That's what I asked my doctor. This was a guy that I was talking to first. He says, "No." And I said, "Well," I said, I'm not having any more kids. I had two. That was my plan. That's what I got. It didn't matter the sex. They were healthy. That's all that mattered. So when I went through all of it, I sat down because I had switched to another doctor, because every time my husband's insurance changed, of course, you had to do what's in network. I hate insurance like that. But anyways, to make the long story short, Um, we talked about, like, I did that Black Hosh and stuff that was natural, but it only worked for a few days and it quit working. So when I talked to her, she said there's a pill out called Premarin, and she started me off like a zero 0.5 or whatever. It was like an estrogen, type pill, but it's conflicting the feelings I have about estrogen, because I believe there's a couple women on here that have a channel on YouTube called Hot and Flashy, which I think is hysterical. And they talk about this stuff and they keep saying that you should do, estrogens and all this kind of stuff. But her being from India, I kind of like listening to alternative medicines outside of the United States too, because she said actually long-term estrogen's not good for you. So I said, well, can a person ever not have hot flashes? Because I know my mom did, and they say it is a higher, percentage of people that if your mother did have them, that you'll have them too, which my mother did. She literally would walk around with a white towel over her neck because she would be hot all the time. Well, I told her, I said, is it possible to take something like this for a year and then they slow down? So we tried it because like it was so bad. The thing that I don't like about hot flashes, it's so bad that you can't even tell if you have a fever when you're sick. I mean, because you're hot all the time. So like if I would get out of the shower, I wouldn't feel cold at all. And it was weird, especially in the middle of winter, you're like running fans. So I started on the Premarin and I did it. It's interesting what you find out about these pills, because what's in Premarin is when you hear mare in the Premarin, it's actually horse pee of a pregnant mom horse. There's something about a pregnant horse that when they urinate, there's something that comes out that helps with hot flashes. I found that interesting that here I am taking a pill that's got horse pee in it, which is really weird, but it worked. I did it for like a year and I started feeling, I upped it to the next dose because I think they start out as like a 0.05 and then they go like a 0.20 for something like that. I can't remember the exact number. And one day I got out of the shower, I was like, oh my God, I'm actually cold. So I knew the pill worked. And so I did it for like a year. And then I said, you know what, I'm going to try to go back off of it, because if it's not good for you to be on estrogen for a year, why not try it? And she said, just remember that hot flashes comes in cycles. Like you could be fine for a while and then a cycle will come back. So it's really interesting to be able to talk to doctors and learn some things. But I never denied it. I never have fought it. And that goes back to a psychology teacher that I actually had in college, who, when we were going through developmental psychology, she shared what it was like to go through menopause before I'd even got through it. So I already had a little bit of education about it before it came. And she said, the biggest part of women that go through it, that have the roughest times, are the ones that fight it. She said, it's just kind of like when you birth a child too. If you sit there and you tense your body against contractions when you're having a kid, which I've done that too, it cramps you up and it hurts you more. And she's not kidding, because if you fight everything that happens and you don't embrace it, it could drive you nuts. So my mindset, that's what I carried with me from her class when we talked about this stuff. And she said, I'm not the biggest, like fitness guru in the world. She said, but I found that when I had a hot flash hit, because it only lasts for a certain period of time, just to go for a little walk and kind of walk it off a little bit so you don't let yourself get frustrated. So just these little tips that people share, I think is amazing. Through the years, I accumulate pieces of what people talk about. And it's funny how we remember some things and can't remember other things. But I will always remember the advice she gave in class that day, because I had it been there and I knew it was coming at some point in my life. And I try to share these same tidbits with my daughters or whoever else when we get into discussions like this stuff, because some people never hear this stuff. I just happen to be in the right place at the right time, to catch these pieces of information. But it has helped. It really has, because when I went through it, and I still sleep with the fan on. I think it's more because I like the noise. but I don't have the hot flashes as bad as I did. Like, cause it got to a point where I was like waking up with freaking night sweats. It was horrible. But doing the Premarin for a year helped. And then I went off of it. But they do have natural herbs over the counter that you can take too. But it is interesting what we learn off each other. So I don't know for sure, you know, people who've been on long-term estrogen, I don't know. Like, I've never really talked to anybody that's been on it for a really long time to let me know their feelings on it. But I know Oprah had even talked about on her show too, which I thought was funny because I caught one of her episodes and she also said, if your mom had it, you will. She's not kidding. But I didn't have it as bad as my mom did. But I remember one of my friends calling me. She's like, my mother's in menopause. This was years ago, you know, when I was younger. She says she's driving us crazy. She says she calls us all the time, all the siblings, and she's always telling us how to live our lives. And she's so controlling now. It's like really funny because it's like a phase you go through. And everybody just, you know, it hits people differently, I guess. I just thought it was funny when she said that. But I have a great therapist I like to talk to. She's awesome. And I get input on certain things too, you know, about things like, because I know sometimes when I word stuff, people take it the wrong way. And, you know, it's funny because my oldest will be like, are you mad? And I'm like, because she can't hear me. And I go, how can you hear a person in text? So she'll call me and then we'll talk. And I said, no, I'm blunt. It's just, I'm not a mad person. I'm just blunt about how I feel. But it was funny because my other daughter, we can write and have better communication in letters, which I think is interesting. There's Beth. How are you doing, Beth? Are you working hard? Aw. Well, take care, Christine. I hope you feel better. I know I was beat this morning, but I started taking the turmeric today. I started taking it in a capsule, and they say it takes a week to kick in. And with my osteoarthritis, I want to see if this is really good because I hear people drink it. I don't know if it's in teas or whatever, but I'm taking the capsule. So I'll let you guys know in a week, next Wednesday, if I'm live, how I feel on the turmeric. Because I know last night my knees were killing me. Like, I didn't even want to get out of bed today. But I made it. I really did. I made it. Hardly working. Oh, I had a long night last night. That sale was long. I'd even asked, hey, Nikki, how are you doing? Oh, that's fun. It's always fun hanging out with the grandkids. You should see Nikki's little one. Her last video is so stinking cute. He had me laughing so hard. Her baby boy was on the floor and he had a string up to the cat and he just laughed so hard. And that's like my favorite sound in the world is to hear a child laugh. I would have to say that is my favorite sound. Are you having a sale tomorrow, Christina? He was hysterical, Nikki. I loved it. I seen where you sent the email, Christine, but I have not had a chance to go nib at it. I started to watch it and then I got sidetracked because I was trying to keep busy and I was so scared this last sale that I wouldn't have enough items. Thursday and Friday. Okay, what time? Put your link in the room. Let me get Christine's channel. You can do it blue. Christine sells crafts, supplies, and things like that, like we do. She sells charms and she sells cards and all kinds of good stuff for junk journaling and fabric. And she's having her sale coming up. You know, one night I had 4 on at once. I can't do it anymore. I told my husband, I said, I'm going to go to the first one that I see pop up in my identification or through my email, and the rest can wait for a rewatch, because I had a migraine. I felt like an operator back in the day when you would hear like 50 million people calling in. It was awful. I had a migraine so bad trying to keep up. I could probably do about 2, but more than that, I can't. It's just too much. Yeah, I know. I do too, Christina. I did get your mail, and I will get to it. I just, the past 2 days with my sale, it was just so hard. Next month, I'm not selling at all. I'm taking the whole month off. It's my birth month. My birthday's the 29th, and I'm taking the whole month to myself. Not doing nothing. I might do like a video or something like that, but that's about it. Thank you. It's the end of the month. It's funny because I have Christmas, and then January 21st is our anniversary, and then the 29th is my birthday. If you guys want to hear a funny story, my car, I think I talked about it in live stream, was leaking fluid. And come to find out, because I could barely move the steering wheel, so you know it's power steering fluid. So I started to save up money on the sales that I was having to get a pump. And then all of a sudden the circuitry started acting up. And I started getting this security light up. And everything goes like you're driving along, and all of a sudden you can't see how much gas you have. You can't see how fast you're going. It's like everything stops. It's crazy, but my car's still running, which is even weirder. So my husband says, I think when we go to tear it apart, there's going to be more wrong with it. I go, well, we'll just set it aside, because we were looking for another vehicle, because it is old. The vehicle I drive is a 2003 Chevy Blazer. So his stepdad works at a junkyard, and my husband has worked there part-time, and we know them. So we always buy cars off of them. So I'm getting junk in the first place. But it's junk that gets me from A to B, so I don't care to ever have new or anything like that. I'm fine with the secondhand car. So he has this, I have a white one. So he had another white one out there for sale, but it's a 2008 Ford Explorer. So we went and looked at it. I went and sat in it and everything, you know, we tried it out and stuff. So we decided to go ahead and get it. And we're just going to turn mine in if we can get a couple more years out of it. We didn't pay that much, so we're fine. So my husband takes the day off today. He gets all the title work done. I have to sign everything. He's running around like a banshee trying to get this thing. And the only thing it needed was tires. So he told the guy, because he knows him, to put tires in on it too. Because we paid like $5,000. It's not like we're paying a lot of money. So he turns around. He drives downtown, and he's just run around a little bit, see how it runs, and it died. So here he is calling the tow truck, because the company we bought it off, they have a tow truck too. So he had to be towed. I told him, I said, you just bought the vehicle and you've already been towed. Really? This is our luck. But the past 3 cars I've had, none of the air conditionings have worked. None of them. And it's more than just going in and getting, everything charged up on it. There was always something else wrong. I have never had air conditioning work in a car as long as I've lived. My first car was a Ford LTD. I drove a Super Sport that had, I loved that car. It was a Chevy and it was a Sportster with the window sunroof. Loved that car, but none of the air conditioners worked ever. So I told him it was funny because this one, the air conditioner does work, but it died. So he said, it can't be nothing major is what the guy told him we bought it off. He says, because something about washing something. I don't know. They think it might just be a plug. And I said, well, let's hope. I said, but that's terrible. To just buy a car and drive it and it breaks down the first time you drive it. That's awful. And I said, I'm glad you were driving it and not me. Because my luck, I'd have been in the middle of the interstate. And there's no other feeling like being in the middle of the interstate and your freaking car stalls. I hate that. You get that fear in the pit of your stomach, like, how am I going to get this off the road? Oh, no. It's funny, but I'm glad that I have another vehicle. I just hope it works. Yes, get your links in here. Nikki's got a nice following. She does really cute videos. She does workouts. She makes me tired watching her. She got a cute little baby boy that's so super cute. And then we have Beth. Me and Beth just met each other, and she's Patty's sister-in-law that I follow for her, to buy crafts. She's the one that sells vintage. And Beth has a Reba McEntire voice. She sounds like Reba. And then Christina, she's fun. Christina, she finds the cutest charms and stuff like that for her sales. She's always finding cute horses and different things to lure me in because she knows I love horses. But it is fun when you find out what people like. So when I'm out shopping, things jump out at me like that too. When I find out what people are interested in. I like teasing Christina though. But we have very fun times and fun ladies. And it's always fun to grow your channel with fun people. And then Tim, if he's still in here, he got awful quiet. I met him in a farming channel. I go into farming channels. I like Farm Off Fanatic. He's one of my favorite farming channels on here. He takes us to farming auctions and buys tractors and all this fun stuff. And I met another farmer through his site and I started following him. And I met Tim in the live stream. And then we followed each other, and you know how that goes. That's how you network. But I have to like a person's content. But is it me? And I don't mean to be rude, but I have a really hard time following channels that don't speak English. And I don't mean to sound mean about it, but it's like so hard to comment when the whole comment there's no English. It's like, how are you supposed to like a video if you don't understand the content? Now, sometimes I have people that I follow that don't speak English that'll do like view channels, like scenic. So like you're seeing it and you're okay with it. Like they'll fly drones or something because you kind of understand the concept of the video. But if they're like riding in the street and you have no clue what they're talking about, I really have a hard time liking a channel like that, like giving them a thumbs up because I don't know what they're talking about. It could be a mass murder. I'm not going to sit there and like something if I don't know what it is. What do you guys think about that? What do you ladies and guys think about, following channels that don't speak English? I don't really know what to say about it. Like, I don't know what to do because I have a few channels that follow me that don't speak English and I have no clue what their content is. And I feel bad because I don't reciprocate sometimes because I don't know what to say. It's horrible. I hate a language barrier like that. And it's not like I can copy and paste like on Facebook. I met a French couple and stuff, and I could copy and paste what they were saying into the translator to figure out what they're saying. And on here, I can't do that. It won't let me. I just find it rough. I don't know. Maybe it's just me. Because I have a couple people that's very supportive of my channel, and I'm like, I have no clue what your content is. This is a pretty floral picture, so we're going to take this out. I like having discussions like this, though. Just to get other opinions. What do you think? Nobody's going to say nothing? Oh, no advice. Okay, here's this picture. I'm looking for some scenic stuff to add. So this is how I do it. I just keep going through the magazines. Until something fits and it's naturey. Beth, that's so funny. I know what you mean though, but it's just like I feel awful when I can't understand what they're saying. And I don't want to agree to something if they're saying something terrible. You know, my luck it'd be like somebody talking about Hitler, and I'm sitting there up checking it, and it's like, oh no, I don't think so. Say that. I just think it's funny, you know. I never really thought about that when I come on YouTube. Like what I would do if somebody started following me and they weren't English. If I was younger, I probably would take the time to learn to translate or something. And I used to have a translator because on Yahoo, we used to have people come into rooms and I couldn't understand what they were saying. It used to drive me nuts. And I had this little translator that you could, I can't remember if you spoke in it or you had to type words into it. I think it's probably still somewhere in my house. I just don't know where it's at. And it helped because, you know, it's like sitting on a bus with a bunch of people and they're talking. I can't stand not knowing what they're talking about because you don't know if they're sitting there making fun of you or not. So it's like I learned a little bit, but not a lot of different languages. My grandmother used to speak 7 different languages. And it's like, oh my goodness. I wish I would have had a little bit of her education. It's pretty like that. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, they have the ASMR channels too that I like. Or they'll play music and do flip throughs of journals. I mean, sometimes it's nice to have a peaceful moment when you're watching some videos and watch people work. I don't mind that sometimes too. I just think, though, during live streams, just from feedback from chat, from running a chat room, people like to be recognized. They like to be known that they're in the rooms. You know, it's like this one guy I met on Yahoo said, I went to 5 different chat rooms and nobody said hello until I came into your room. And he says, I'll be loyal. And he was. He always came in after that. But so I do try to, you know, nobody wants to be ignored when they come into a room, but I know it's got to be hard on some people who don't know how to multitask to craft and try to chat at the same time. Which it doesn't bother me because see what I do? I have a cheat sheet. My phone's right here. And even though I'm on my laptop and my computer's pushed clear in the back, I have my phone right beside me to read chat. So I can work and look up and read the room. When I'm selling, it's a little different. I think it's a little harder. I will eventually catch your text. It just takes me a few minutes. Oof. That's so funny. Wonder why it's not moving. Is there a reason why they're keeping it there? Oh, look at that. How cool that picture is. That is so awesome. I think I'm going to use it. Look at the penguin. Whoever caught that shot did an amazing job. Love it. So you know what's going into this journal next. This is one of the things I love about the National Geographics is the surprise animal pictures. I think these are so stinking cute. Well, that is so weird. It's like everybody else I've asked them if they got in their mail. Now, I did make a boo-boo. This boo-boo is so funny. I was really tired one of the days I was doing my orders. And usually, because I put them in my Etsy, I copy and paste the link to the special order and I send it back to the person. Well, sometimes you have to really pay attention. And I apparently wasn't that day. I usually try to double read the link that I'm about to stick in. And I didn't that particular day. So what happened was I did Patricia's special order, sent her the email for her to pay. Then I went back and copy pasted Sierra's link and I sent Sierra the mail, but I didn't look and Patricia's was still stuck on my paste. Here, when I copied, it didn't copy correctly. So Sierra got Patricia's order link and she paid for both of them. So she calls me on my phone and I didn't answer my main phone. It would be easier for her to get a hold of me via email. And she had a messenger. I never heard it because we've been having so many solicitors, you know, with the election, all this crap and telemarketers. I just don't even answer my main phone unless my store was open. That's all I used it for. So I hadn't opened it. This is hysterical. So Sierra, I called her and I said, I'm so sorry. I said, you ended up paying for her order. She says, yeah. She says, I don't know what I was thinking because I already paid for mine. But it wasn't a lot of money, so it's no big deal. And she goes, well, what do you want me to do about it? And I said, well, even though my Etsy is not fully set up, I just got lazy and didn't finish it, to be honest. I just didn't fill out like all the special things. I said, I would never leave a person stranded. I said, if you don't have Patricia's mail, let me know. So I went to Patricia and I said, do you care if I give your, because I never pass out anybody's information unless they give me permission. I said, do you care if I give Sierra your address so she can just mail it to you instead of shipping it back to me and me having to do all this? I mean, I don't care either way. I would still do it either way, but it'll just save some money and hassle. So I told her what I'll do is Sierra's going to ship it to her and give me the shipping amount. And I said, and I'll just take the amount that she paid in the shipping and reimburse her. And you just get your order for free because it was my fault. Like one had an $8 and something order and the other was only $6 and something. So it's not like it's going to break my bank. Because it was my fault. I should have double read the paste. The copy and paste doesn't always work. And I know this, but I forgot to double check. I said, so it was my fault. I'll fix it. So she said, that's okay. So since I started selling, that is the third mistake. The first two mistakes I made, I think they're hysterical. I don't know what other people think, but I think they're funny because you're so scattered trying to get everything together because the sales are so long. They wear me out. I had boxes lined up. I did this twice of who was in order, and I sent the shipping to the wrong freaking people. And so I was like, how can the post office not catch it? Because I said the box that I sent to the one lady was like double heavy to what postage was paid. Because she paid for her order, her real order, and I sent her the wrong box. I said, don't they ever double check the weight on stuff? Because it weighed 2 times as much as her order. They would have had to see that the shipping was wrong. I don't know. I just thought that was messed up because she wasn't charged extra. So they must not check people that have Etsy logos. I don't know. So she sent it back and she forgot to charge media. Well, that really cost me. Because she sent it by weight. Because she's, oh my God, I forgot to send it media. I saw that's nice because now I'm going to pay like double. But that's okay. It happens. It was still my mistake. So I reimbursed her the shipping through PayPal. And I did that a couple times. So it's like, oh, I think it's just because I'm so tired and I'm just trying to get everything done. But I always try to double check myself. Now I paid more attention. At least I tried to. And I still did it because I sent her the wrong link. So I just think as a seller, you know, stuff's going to happen. Because I know Stacy, wait till you see the video. I opened up Stacy's books and I got somebody else's order. I got somebody else's books in my order. So I had to contact Stacy and I said, I'll just send it back. I'm a hassle-free, easy person. I don't get bad about stuff like that. I don't get bent. So I told Stacy, I said, what you can do is, I said, if you don't want to take the time and do all that headache of reimbursing and all that, just take it off my next order. You know what I mean? It was only a few dollars. I said, give me a coupon. She was laughing. But I'm easy to settle things for, you know what I mean? Like, I don't get upset over that kind of stuff. Because I know as a seller, it's hard when you're tired to try to remember everything. Because some of these sales can be super duper long. That looks cute. Did that look cute? Except that I cannot cut straight for the life of me. I gotta fix this piece because it's not quite straight. I'm a terrible paper cutter. I have a guillotine. But for some reason, when I try to chop with it, I don't have it setting just right. And I tend to cut too much off. I hate when I do that. I sent out a bunch of mails. I got some happy mails coming from out of the country. I got people sending me stuff. I'm excited though, because I love getting mail from out of the country. I think it's cool. They get good stuff that we don't find here. So my friend JD is supposed to send me something, and I think Jude's supposed to send me something. She mentioned something about sending something. So she's in New Zealand, so it's going to be so cool to get their mails. But contrary to all the sales I have been to and the stuff I have bought, next year is a no buy for me. And it's going to be really hard. I mean, if I'm working on a project and I see something that goes with that project, that's all I'm buying. Because I had to build my stash this year. And I have to slow down next year. Because my hubby is getting mad at me. He's like, you're stuttering so much. But he knows I didn't have a stash built up. But I do pretty much now. So I'm going to be taking a break. I think what I'm going to do is just focus. Like right now, I'm in the middle of working on this journal. I don't know what public opinion is going to say about it because it's a lot of work. Something I've never thought I would be doing. It's something way out of my realm. And I'm taking my digital experience with the physical experience. I'm turning it into one journal. And let's just say it's complicated. And it's a lot of work that I'm putting into it. No, it's not going to be for sale. It's got a name. I'm actually going to name this journal. I have never named my journals except for like Walk With Me Through Nature, like this kind of a journal, but like a real name. And there's a reason, because the definition, the name that I picked was funny because I didn't know the definition. And then when I looked up the definition, I thought, oh my gosh, this is like perfect for this journal. And we'll see. I'll do a flip through when it's done. But it's going to be a while for me to finish it because I can't just put a journal together fast when it depends on what kind it is. Let's just say that. This one's definitely not going to be a fast one. If I make them out of file folders and things like that, I can make them a little faster. But this one here, because I'm putting a lot of thought into it, it's going to take a while. So it's either going to bomb or it's going to be spectacular, one or the other. I hope it's a spectacular one. I just got the cover finished. And there's a lot of detail in the cover. I was really impressed with how it turned out. And ideas have been coming to me before I go to sleep at night. And I have to hurry up and write them down in my little memo pad on my phone or I'll forget. But I'm pleased so far. Usually I don't like my work. I like everybody else's. But I'm actually really pleased with how this is turning out because it's actually better than the vision that I had. So I guess that's a good thing. But that's just my opinion. Doesn't mean it's going to be public opinion. But when I'm done with it, I will do a flip through of it. So I've just been kind of concentrating on pieces of it. And I've had ordered online things that I couldn't find in the sales and stuff like that for it. So we're going to do a page here too. But it's complicated and it's going to be a very wide. The spine of it it's going to be my first hidden signatures because I've never done a hidden signature before. And the spine is like the width of my fingers. Like I think it's like 5 inches across. I mean, it's a huge spine. So it's not going to be something that's just handheld that you can carry around. But I wanted to make it that way. And my hubby's going, that spine's too fat. I said, I don't care what you think because it's mine. And I'm making it how I want to. And I wanted it to be wide. I said, so you hush up there. You just get back to welding and you leave my junk journal alone. He's home right now. He's upstairs. But it probably could use a lot of signatures in it, but I'm trying to think of something else that I want to do besides signatures in it. I can't wait to see how this is going to turn out. I have a couple ideas in mind, but I just haven't brought them to fruition yet because I'm still working on embellishing it. I got the signatures pretty much together. I just got to embellish the signatures how I want them done, and I've been working on that. I work on it at a little bit of a time because I don't want to get burnt out. But one night I got up in the middle of the night. I don't know if everybody else is like this or not that crafts. I could not go back to sleep. And I ended up working on it until the morning sun came out. Because when I get caught up in something like that, I just can't stop. And when I know that I have like a sale coming up or something I have to do, I know that I just can't do that because I need the time to get stuff together. So that's why I put it off. And I'm hoping in January I will have more time to work on it. And it's a gutted book. It's not nothing from scratch or nothing like that, but it's just crazy how much time I'm going to end up putting into it. So that's done. That's done. We'll do another coffee dyed paper here. I like having my coffee dyed paper. I'll have to do some more here eventually. Well, hey, Texas Sparkle. Texas Sparkle was in here last night too. Let's see. I kind of like that, like that. We'll do this way. I don't really have like a process that I follow. You know, like you'll watch people, you know, do journals and they'll have like processes, like they pick almost like the same style, but use like different pages to do it. I don't have that kind of a method. I kind of wing it. If that makes any sense. I like this one better. But I think it's cool. Thanks, Texas. I think it's really cool to watch other people and how they create stuff. I like that everybody has their own unique style of doing things. Instead of always just, you know, doing what somebody else is doing, you know what I mean? Because I know there's a lot of people on YouTube, and not saying it's not good to use some of their ideas, don't get me wrong, but I just like it when people put their own spin on stuff, you know? Like taking someone's idea and like maybe adding something a little different or a little twist or doing their own thing. Because I do like watching some of their embellishments. Like, you know, when you watch people take and how they make envelopes and stuff, I think it's cool. I've seen people do them with brand new envelopes or junk mail envelopes. And I think it's interesting. The ideas, the simple things that people do that I wouldn't even think of. I can't remember what I was watching the other day. And I was like, I never would have thought to do something like that. It was so simple. I'll think of it. But there's a bear. This is getting done. It's almost there. I started on this. I think today's part 4. This page. Turn this around. From this end. What the heck was it? It's going to drive me crazy till I think of it now. Oh, it was a different way of people that Mod Podge on napkins. I seen people taking, they will, because I personally, I've tried Mod Podge, I've tried the matte, and I've tried the glossy, but it's all right with napkins, but I tend to like on paper. What you got, Beth, that folder, that was done with Elmer's glue with my finger. That looks so much better than Mod Podge, whatever it's called. And I like the Elmer's glue when it comes to decoupaging, the clear, than I do over Mod Podge. I don't know what the hell ever it's called. But I've seen people do that with napkins. And I've seen people like cut them with scissors and stuff like that, which I've done it with. I have literally used napkins and stuff, and I've done it with scissors. But it was so cool because somebody was literally just tearing it with their fingers and doing it that way. And I thought, oh, that's kind of cool too, because then you would have the little ripped edges. But I would have never thought just to tear it because I've always used my scissors. The only thing I've ever really torn is fabric to get that cool look on fabric when you tear it for ties and stuff. But it's just simple things like that. I don't think of stuff like that when I'm crafting. Or I was in a live stream and I kept running into issues with certain papers that people were dying. I don't know how they were dying, whether it was tea, coffee, I'm not sure. But you know how you're writing along with your pen and you feel like you hit a patch of wax and your pen just doesn't want to write? That was another issue I was having with some of the dyed papers. And then this girl come out of the blue, because I go, what do you do when that happens? Because the pen's fine, it just won't write. And, you know, you're trying to journal. And she said, on any kind of dyed paper, gel pens work the best. And I was like, well, I never thought about gel pens. So I went out and bought some colored ones. But the only thing I hate about gel pens is they run out of ink all the time so fast. No, I didn't do the giveaways yet. I'm not done with the orders. What I'll do, Christine, I was going to do it tonight, but I didn't have a chance to get it done today because I slept in. I couldn't move this morning. And I had to, my husband had paperwork and stuff to do on the car that I'm getting. So we had kind of a busy morning. And so what I'll probably do is once the orders are finished and everything's ready, I'll probably come on live whatever night, and just it'll be a random, because I'm still writing the names down for everybody that purchased. I'm going to stick them in a jar and I'll draw. Excuse me. So that way everybody can see it. But anyway, you guys didn't even get to see the sizes of the prizes. So hold on, I'll show you. I have them right behind me. Give me a second. Let me put my boxes first. I'm not going to show what the contents are, though. I'll just show you the boxes because I think they're cute. There'll be 4. And these are cute because I thought it was funny. Because we've had these before in our local Dollar Tree. Here's one of them. And it's filled with presents. So this is the first one. And then the second one is this one. And I actually have these boxes in my store decorating some of my shelves because I think they're cute. But I thought it was funny because one of them I saw on Patty's channel when she had her giveaway. And I was like, no, because I had the same one. But they usually bring them in every year. But they're adorable. And then here's another one. This is the one I saw on Patty's channel. This one here. Aren't these cute? I know they're from the Dollar General, though. That's what's even cuter. Like they have like these little bows on them. It says express delivery December 27th by airmail. Isn't that cute? So there's that one. And then this is the last one. And some of them have the lids that open and some of them it's Velcro. Like you could open this one from the front. And this one says Silent Night with Santa. And this says all is common. If a person wants to reuse them, it has a to and from. And I'm going to leave the tags. The only thing that's going to be bad is if somebody overseas wins this. Sometimes they like stuff out of the box, but they're going to get the box. My post office, they're so awful. She told me the other day something that really did not make sense. Because since I've started selling from my bookstore before I was even on YouTube, I went into the Dollar Tree and I found these bubble bags. And I really liked them because they were like a jumbo bubble bag. So I'm thinking if the Dollar Tree is selling them for $1 a piece, then they have to be cheaper than that to buy them by bulk. Well, I ended up finding them, and what they're called is USAmailers.com. And you get a big box filled. I can't remember how many's in a box, but it's only like, it's like $24, $27. I don't know, but you get a lot. So all those big white bags, who's ever gotten one from me, that's where those come from. So here the other day, because I'm almost out, I went to order some more. And they're like, because everybody's home because of the virus and stuff, I guess businesses and stuff, they're sold out. Like I can't get a hold of any of them. So I sent the company a message and I said, listen, I've been getting your bubble bags since I started my business and I cannot get any right now and it's hard on me because with, having sales, I'm going to need them. And so they told me that they were out of stock, but they would let me know when they were in because I'm like, well, I hope I can get some. I still have not seen them in stock. So I went to Amazon and I thought they were bigger. Apparently they measure different in Amazon than they do at this place because we do inches. And in this United States, I don't know if it was out of the country or what, They sent me like half the size of what I had for more money. And I'm like, you're kidding me. I mean, I'll use them, but that's not what I was looking for. So I just put them aside. I'm like, whatever. So I went to my post office and I had sent out a Happy Meal to Jennifer Jane. She knew she was going to get it. And every time she's bought off me, I've used these same big giant bubble things. Well, she looks at me really funny in the post office because they're getting really persnickety because they don't want to do their job. They do not want to do out of the country. They want you to go online and do it yourself. And I said, I'm not going to pay a fee for a service unless it's for a business. And I can't figure out how to do it online without paying a fee, because I think you pay a fee for Click and Ship. At least that's what I get when I read it. And I said, this is just a one-time thing. This is not a business thing. If I was going to do it for a business, then that's probably something I would think about. So I take it down and I had filled out all the stuff that needed to be required and stuff on the paper. And I made her do it anyways, because I said, I can't figure out how to do this online unless the person orders for me through Etsy. I have no clue how to do this. I never worked at the post office. So she helped me finish it. So she looks at me and she says, well, you do know that you can't use these big bubble wraps much longer, these big bubble bags. I'm like, why? And she says, because when they get mailed, they get put in with like 40-pound boxes and they get squished. What the heck is that supposed to mean? I told her, I said, well, I don't understand what you're saying, because I've been mailing in these bubble wraps to the same person through Etsy and none of her stuff has gotten smashed. So I have no clue what you're talking about. And she said, well, things are about to change. Does anybody have an answer for this? Because I have no clue what this woman's talking about. Because I said, I'm thinking to myself, so what are you trying to say? That everybody that sells these bubble envelopes is going to now be put out of business because the post office isn't going to allow it because it's going to be smashed by weight? I mean, hello. Do you know how many businesses sell bubble envelopes? She made totally no sense to me. I hate going to my post office. It's like every time you go in there, it's a new gripe. And she said, and then I said, well, what is the purpose that you guys don't want to fill out this stuff in the first place? And she says, well, to be honest, and you didn't hear it from me, it's because they don't want to hold the line up. And I'm like, well, that's not my problem. You have a job. You're supposed to do it. I mean, no offense, but every other package I bring into you people was already pre-labeled by Etsy. And every once in a while, I want you to actually do a package. How hard can that be when you have the scales right there in the computer right beside you? I get so frustrated with our post office sometimes. It's ridiculous. Me too. That's what I'm saying, Beth. I have no clue what she's talking about because nobody's ever told me their mail's been smashed. Because I always tell people, you know, if you ever have a hole, because one time I have brand new boxes. You got one before, Beth. Those real thick one I sent you before. You got a brand new one. But sometimes I try to reuse boxes that I have here. And when I send to Angela Chronic, because she's so far away, she told me that most of the time she tells people not to do certain ways because the box is always bust open. Well, I sent the brand new one and it got there fine. But I redid another box and she said it fell apart by the time it got to her. So I told her from now on, then I'll just use new boxes for the longer distances. Because that's what I'm always afraid of too, because I do try to double tape boxes that I reuse. Because boxes are freaking expensive, people. And I do not use the priority boxes. And the reason why I don't, and I feel like there's two things I don't like about priority boxes, especially with sellers on YouTube, is I feel like they push you to buy more to fill your box. And I don't like that. It's like there's a bunch of different sizes. You can get envelopes, you can get small, medium, and that's not the problem, because I know some people will do the resizing. But I feel like some of the sellers don't want to be bothered with the packaging. And they're like, well, your box isn't full yet. Well, I don't want to order anymore. I don't want to be pushed to order more than I have to just to fill a priority box, if you understand what I'm saying. So mailing out of the country, I literally put it to the test because I had a winner on my channel one time to the UK. I had an Ulta box about size of this book, I would say, which is kind of like the same size as a small rate. They literally told me in a priority box, it cost $78 for me to ship that to the UK. And I looked at that woman, I said, I don't think so. I have done a giveaway before in the size of an Ulta box, and it cost me about $35. When she told me, well, then maybe you need to go home and rebox it. So I did. I took the priority box home, reboxed it, and it literally dropped from $78 to $35. So you definitely don't want to do priority out of the country. I figured that out myself. So I got to thinking, within the states, is there a difference? I don't know, because I know that if you have any like extra air in a box, say you pack a box up, and I don't care if it's just a regular brown box or whatever it is, you're paying for that air because you're paying for the size of the box. So when I pack my orders, I try to pack them as tight as possible because I don't think anybody should have to pay for the air. I don't care if it's a box bag or whatever it is. I smash everything down as much as I can. So that's how I do my shipping. But for some reason, you know, there's been a couple sellers that stuck me with orders because they're saying that it was too much. And I'm like, listen, Etsy gets a discount. They were complaining because I was doing it through Etsy. I said, I'm telling you right now, I did that with another piece of mail that I literally weighed, measured, and everything, and put everything into Etsy, wrote it down on a piece of paper. Then I took that same box, never unpacked it, took it to the post office, and it was $1 more. So I don't understand. And so I told the post office person, I'm like, you know, what's going on here? Because I just did all this on my Etsy and you're charging me $1 more than what it did. And they said, well, Etsy gets a discount. So why is everybody blaming Etsy? Because it's actually cheaper than the post office. And then I also heard that PayPal does the same thing. They give a discount, you know, to ship. So I don't understand why people were sticking me for orders just because I was using Etsy. I don't get that. I don't know. I don't know, Christine. It's just every time you turn around, it's something with shipping. Because I know I try so hard to take it as low as I possibly can, especially for people out of the country too, because I know it's a lot higher. But it seems like I've compared, like, a lot of times Jennifer Jane has ordered off of me and it hits $30 automatically. It's always a $30 shipping charge. And I'm in the white bubble envelope, as flat as I can get it, and it never changes. And then another friend of mine from Australia, she had ordered a paper pack off of me, and then there was a cookbook already included. She asked me to take the cookbook out just to see if there was a difference. The shipping never changed. And the book weighed more than the paper. So when I took the paper out and read, it still didn't change the amount of shipping. So it made no difference. That's the kind of stuff I don't understand. Because you would think a book being heavier than paper, it would lighten the amount, but it didn't. So she went ahead and took the cookbook because it wasn't going to change anything. I'm always doing price checks. Like, I always try to do the cheapest shipping possible. And I just don't get it, you know. Because I know I had a couple people stick me, and then what kills me, their order was really cheap because it was like a $4 or $5 item, and they were complaining on a few dollars of shipping, and then they turn around and order a $35 book in somebody else's live stream, and I'm thinking, I can't wrap my brain around that. I'm sorry, but if you've got $35 and you can't pay for a $5 order, something's wrong with that person. I don't know. I can't wrap my brain around some people on here sometimes when the things that they complain about and then they turn around and do something like that. I don't get it. Unless they just didn't want the order. I would rather have a person be honest and say, you know, I don't want the order over complaining about shipping, because it's not like I can go into the post office and change that. I didn't make the rules on shipping. I can't change it. So why are we always getting yelled at about the shipping or complained at about it? I can't do nothing about it. I didn't set those standards. It just gets frustrating. Like it's our fault as sellers. I think people just complain, to be honest. Just think people aren't happy. Yeah, I did that one time too, Beth. I went to our post office and I thought that was even funnier because I tested online and I went to our local one. Excuse me. And they gave me a charge that was higher than what I had. So I took it to the next town over and it was cheaper. And I'm thinking, really, who's ripping off who here? And I'm getting to the point because I told my husband, if I go down there and she complains to death, I'm just going to go tell her I'm going to the next town over because you people suck. Because I literally am the same offline that I am on. And yes, I will tell people they suck. That's why people don't like me, is because I'm so forward. But I don't care. Because you only live once. And sometimes I just will not hold my tongue. But because I went in there and argued with her a couple times already. I took it to the next town down. And why is it cheaper there than it is here? I said, who's making the profit? And she gave me a dirty look. It's probably why they give me an attitude every time I go in there. But I do not care. You know, my grandmother was the same way. She said, at some point you get older in your life and you just got to speak your mind. That's why I think it's funny when these little old ladies get away with talking to people the way they do. I think it's hysterical. I said, well, now I'm one of those little old ladies, so I guess I can speak my mind. That looks good. Do we have a piece that's already cut? It's wide. Let me see. Yes, this one is. See, this is when it turns into scrap pieces working for you. Yeah, just like people that know that I have special orders through Etsy and they come in here and they literally purchase something that fits in an envelope. That does not help me with my business. I mean, it's not that I'm down on a person if they can't afford a big amount, but I can't put an envelope on Etsy. It's like if a person's ordering, so I'm going to have to find a way to bill them through PayPal. They're going to have a PayPal. So I am looking into another alternative. Instead of just doing Etsy, I can do a money request. But you know how much that sucks to have to do a money request for $1.55 for an envelope. Because I'm here to make money, not to just give stuff away. You know what I mean? And I think there's some kind of surcharge when you do that too. So it's going to cost them. That's why, you know, in order to keep your rates cheaper on here, if you're going to use PayPal, you have to charge the person the surcharge or you're not going to make any money. I'm not going to be able to sell my stuff like napkins for $1 if I have to pay a surcharge, because I'm not going to make anything. If the surcharge is like $1 or something, I just lost what I just made and had to pay more. So that's what's going to start happening, you know? I'm just going to tell the ones, that if you're going to just spend $1 at my sale, because I don't want to put a minimum. There's another girl that I follow. If you don't order $10 or more, $20 or more or something like that, she won't even do your order. She'll cancel it. And I don't want to be rude. So I'm just going to tell people, if you're only coming in here and you're spending $1, well, then you're going to have to pay a surcharge for that $1. So it's still going to cost them more. Because I had one do that to me at my sale last night. I try to keep my prices thrifty, but I feel like they're pushing me to go more expensive and that's not fair to the rest of the people who do shop more. It's just crazy. Or they'll come in and they spend $1, and then they expect to be put into a big drawing, and it's not fair to the people that spend a lot more money. Not saying everybody has to spend all that money, but you should at least give a person a minimum of a $5 order or more on here. I won't shop with someone if I'm only going to spend $1. To me, that's just absolutely crazy. Hey, Allie. No, it's like when I go to a sale, I usually have... No, you didn't do nothing wrong, Allie. When I go to a sale, I usually have an amount in mind. Like, if I'm shopping with a bunch of people within the same week, I try to do at least a $5 to $10, something around that range. But just to order 4 napkins for $1 does not do it. It just doesn't help, because if I'm posting to Etsy, it costs me 20 cents. I can't send an envelope from Etsy. So what's going to happen is, this is what I was talking about when you come in, Allie. I'm going to have to charge a person through PayPal, and they're going to have to pay the surcharge, because I'm not paying a surcharge for $1. You know what I mean? Like, you got to have at least a little bit of respect for the sellers. You got to have something, depending on what they're using, for us to stay thrifty. The best way I can put it is how Katie put it. I have to charge a surcharge of $1 something to the person, and she was honest about it at first. Right before her sale, she tells people. Because if I'm keeping mine to $1, say you come in and you buy 4 napkins for $1. If I have to pay $1.20 in a surcharge, what's the point of me selling to you then? Because I'm not going to make anything. So that's why she has to do that, if she wants to keep her prices thrifty for everybody else. And I understand that, because you can't. Every time I upload to Etsy, it costs 20 cents to do that. Everything you use has an amount that comes out. I don't care who you are. And it's 20 cents to upload. It'll stay there for 5 months on Etsy. And then once you sell the product, another percent comes out. Is how it works. eBay, or not eBay, but I can't sell on Amazon and eBay, because if you ever see the prices on eBay and Amazon, there's a reason. Because the fees, they have to pay fees with everything that you do on here. There's nothing on here that's free. So that's what I do. So now that I have a couple people who only spend $1, I'm just going to make it clear to them, either it can roll over to the next order, to the next sale or whatever, and you can buy more and make it worth my while, or you're going to get hit with a surcharge through PayPal for the $1, and the stamp it's going to cost me to mail this in an envelope, because Etsy doesn't mail envelopes. So I can't put it on Etsy. I'm going to have to find another way to pay. But you know what I'm saying, Allison? Like, because you can mail smaller things in envelopes. Like, there's another Etsy seller, for example, that I buy off of. She's awesome. It's not to diss people. This is just facts. I bought 6 postcards off of her, and she mailed them in like a smaller size that you can actually measure through Etsy. It's one of these like this. I'll show you like this. This size of a bag, you can measure and sell small items like postcards through on Etsy, but you cannot do an envelope. You can't do like a regular envelope or a mailing size envelope. So if somebody buys 4 napkins off of me, I could fold them and put them in an envelope and actually save them on postage, but I cannot post that on Etsy where I do my sales. So what I'm going to have to do is go through PayPal, and I'm going to have to send them, you know, the amount they owe me, but then a surcharge is going to hit them when I do a money request, because I'm not paying that surcharge for an envelope. You know what I'm, because it's the only way we can pay each other. I just think that sometimes online can be so frustrating. Yeah, it's like, it's craziness. I have never ever went on to a sale on here and only spent $1. Never. I've never done that to a seller. And I don't know if it's because maybe some of the buyers don't understand what the sellers go through because they're not a seller. They might not understand this stuff. But as a seller on here, it's not easy. But then I don't want to force people to buy something they don't need either. Because like, say I go into a sale, this is my thought process. I don't even enter the giveaways until I have purchased something. That's just me. Now, I might miss like, I don't know, the first 3 giveaways because I haven't bought something. And then all of a sudden something pops up that I want to buy. That's why I stopped doing giveaways in my sales, because I was getting people that were not people just giving watch time. They were people I didn't know. They were like coming out of the woodwork just wanting the free prizes. They have never shopped with me. I have never seen their names before, but they were just wanting freebies. And that hurts us as sellers too, because we're buying the gifts for the people who buy off of us or who are at least regular watch time people. You know what I mean? But that's not what was happening to me. If you go back to some of my streams and watch them, you'll see people come out of the blue. I've never seen them again because they're just looking for free prizes. So what I started doing to fix that, I was doing the drawings for the prizes after the videos and stuff were done. The live stream was over. I would go back in with everybody who bought, or even people who had previously done that. Yeah, it's awful because it's not fair to the people who actually are regulars, even if they can't afford it, or if they're people who are regular buyers. Last night I let it go. You know, like I let it go whether a person bought or not, because watch time is important too, that they're taking their time out to be on your channel. But at least they were people I've seen before. I just don't like it when it's somebody I don't know who they are. So that's why I do it the way that I do it. Or another thing that I do behind the scenes that nobody knows about is I did this in my last sale. Everybody that bought in my last sale, I either sent them a free gift or I wrote free by something they bought. But they still got a deal no matter what. When I was filling out their orders, Mousy will tell you, Mousy Deb, I asked her to name a price for was a cover of a scrapbook. And she said $8. Like, oh, okay, that's a deal. Well, she got it free because I'll do that. Like, I'll slip something you bought at my sale because you've done it. And I know for sure you're going to get that as a gift. And I think it's more fair that way, because then you're not giving stuff away to people who you don't know who they are. So that's one of the things I like to do. And another time I would do drawings after the sale and do it that way, or at the end of the night. Just wait till the sale's completely over put everybody's name in a jar and draw it. And I think that's even better. That's why I did it. Like last night was random because I'm in the Christmas mood. I just wanted to give away. So I really didn't care because I didn't get to do my regular giveaways this year that I usually do. So I'm okay with it. But all the bigger prizes that you guys didn't see are in these little bags. And once I get the orders done, you're going to go in a drawing for one of these 4 prizes, everybody that bought something. But the one person that bought a napkin, there we go again. They're going to be in, and it's going to be bigger than the envelope if they win because there's going to be a box full of content. So that can go on my Etsy. And it's going to be a little bit more pricier. So we'll see what happens. But it's just sometimes it's really hard being a seller on here. It really is. And to me as a consumer, it's not that I don't care about being thrifty because I do, or I wouldn't sell thrifty. But I am not that big of a complainer when it comes to shipping because I know you can't change that. You didn't make the shipping rules, and I know the sellers can't change that, so I just pay the shipping and just don't complain about it. I just move along because I know that all of the sellers on here are looking for media mail or the best ways to ship to cut the cost like I do. I try to flatten everything as flat as I can so that you are getting the best possible shipping that I can do for you. And you're not paying for air in your box. That's the best I can offer. But I cannot change the rules of shipping because I didn't make the rules in the first place. So I guess what I'm trying to say is to the people out there complaining of shipping, stuff it because it's not our fault. You know, if you don't want the order, just cancel it. I would rather somebody be honest with me and say, hey, because, you know, I've even talked to people it's gotten to the shipping that don't buy Prime. They go, you know, there was a guy I used to talk to all the time on Pal Talk, and he said, I get to checkout and I'm like $3 short on shipping and I have to leave the cart. Well, I would rather somebody come to me and say, you know, through an email in private, I'm not going to display your information because it's your business. I would never invade someone's privacy or brag about or, you know, talk bad about somebody. But if you would come to me, Allison, in an email and say, hey, I can't afford this shipping because it exceeded what I plan on, but I'm okay with that. But just tell me before I put your order through. You know what I'm saying? Like before I post it. And then it doesn't matter if it's already on Etsy, because if it's already posted on Etsy and I paid the 20 cents, it's okay because I can go and edit that for my next sale and say like Sweetheart or somebody else orders. I can put their name where your name was and change all the information on that. And it's not going to cost me a dime because Etsy lets you, 20 cents is there for 5 months. So I can go change all that and not lose that 20 cents. But I would rather a person be honest with me than wait till the last minute and say, you know, I'm just not going to buy for you or get mad about it. Just be honest about it. Because if I can't afford an order, I definitely would come to somebody honestly and say it because I know that situations come up. I've been a single mom. I know what it's like to have a vehicle blow up. I know what it's like to be without a washing machine. And sometimes that stuff happens. And let's face it, you know, life appliances is more important than crafts. So if a person comes and says it, I'm okay with that. I just want a person to be honest. I would rather them be honest with me than just stick me with something. Because I've done it. I've literally had dryers. Me and my husband had this shelf in our last apartment when our kids were little. And we've been through those phases where my dryer quit running and I literally had to put hangers on shelves to air dry my clothes. I mean, I've been into all this stuff before. So it's like, I would rather just, you know, people say that instead of just getting mad about it and be like, it's our fault that it costs and over costs when it's not our fault. because I know shipping can get bad, especially when it's out of the country. So like I said, as soon as I log in anything to do with Jennifer, and me and hers even discussed this, I'll put Jennifer Jane's information in my, and right off the bat, it's $30. I'm thinking, oh my God, that is so awful. But she's in Canada. And I can, and you know, I can take things away, I can add things, but it stays $30. It's like ridiculous when you're mailing out of the country. But I do try the best I can to flatten everything. I really do, to make it as cheap as possible for measurements and all that good stuff. My husband had to repack in order for me tonight, because the boxes that I have aren't big enough for this. One person wanted a bunch of books, and I just cannot fit it in the box. And those are brand new boxes that I ordered. And if you go to Uline, that's like the most expensive place to get boxes, because we just don't have a boxing place where I live. And they're outrageous. So I try to either reuse Amazon boxes, or, you know, I try to keep boxes I can use, but then you got to watch the distance. Because like I said, Angela Chronic called me one day. My box was busted open. And I'm like, Angela, go through it and make sure everything's there and nothing's damaged. So she went through her box, because it has happened where a seller has sent something and they'll just get the envelope and it'll be empty. I would cry. Especially if it's something like vintage and you really, really want. And even though I don't have it in my Etsy that I would reimburse someone 100%, I do. I got lazy and I didn't finish filling out the information in my Etsy store. That's the only reason why it doesn't say anything. So if somebody would come to me, definitely, and would lose their mail, I definitely would reimburse their money and shipping, because I think that would be horrible. But yeah, that happened to Angela said just where she lives, you can't send used boxes. I sent a new one and nothing ever happened to it. But I sent her a used box, even though I double enforced it with tape, it busted by the time it got there. And she did go through it and everything was there, thank God. Because I said, please tell me everything's there, nothing's damaged. And she said everything was, but there was like a great big hole hanging, and one of the doilies was hanging out the side of the box. It's like, oh my God, that had to have been horrible. But I made sure, because that's why I list everything and I write it on receipts, so that you can always double check to make sure you got everything if your stuff breaks open. Heck, I get a church announcement 3 times within the past 3 months, literally just a regular church announcement that's stapled. They had it in plastic bags because it was torn up. How does that happen when it's a town away? It's ridiculous. Oh, that's so sad. See, now, if I sent anything like that, Allie, if it would be like, even, not even glass, but even if it's a book that's like, anything that's fragile, a book, a glass, anything, man, I would have that so wrapped in bubble stuff. Exactly. I wouldn't put glass in an envelope either. But if I did, I have mailed makeup and things that can be busted in a bubble envelope, and they never broke. I always had them wrapped in extra bubble. I have extra bubble wrap that I keep here. I have a bunch of that. And I always roll and tape the sides and everything. If it's something that's plastic, something that's glass. But if I don't know, I've never mailed anything glass. I think if it was glass, it would have to be in a box. Plastic I put in a bag, but I don't think I would do glass in a bag. You're not in an envelope. That's crazy. I always think about everything before I ship it. Like, I really take my time. Oh my goodness, that's so sad. That's terrible. Especially when you're excited about something, you know? Heck, even the one place that I used to buy books off at this one auction, you wouldn't believe how that auction house packed those books. They had them in one of the like thickest cardboard I've ever seen, and they had them wrapped in what's that stuff called? First it was in a corrugated box wrap around it, and then they had this white foam stuff around it. I mean, there was nothing happening to these books. They weren't even budging in that box. So I can't even imagine doing glass in an envelope. Not even. That's crazy. Oh, look at the baby penguin. That's so stinking cute. Do I have another side? Yes, I do. We know where he's going. Or she. Oh my goodness, that's so stinking cute. It's like under its mama, hiding. I love it. We're going to cut this one. This one's going to be a pocket one. These are the kind of pictures I love for pockets. I love journals like this for just this reason. The little baby. That's so cute. So cute. So we're going to take this one. See which pocket it looks best in. Well, first I got to put this back on the envelope I took it from. Uh-oh. Don't tell me I lost it. I probably did. There it is. I used paper clips to mark where the side envelopes are. Okay, now we'll find the pocket. This one too much? Probably. That is so cute. Let me see here. Nope, it's got to be this side. Maybe here. That is so cute. So you would be about right in there. So where are we going to put? Put you here. And you here. Enough to cover up the words. So, let's see here. This measurement. I like it. Okay. So this will go in first. Sorry, I'm over here messing with those. I don't know. Do you have the phone number for the post office, Beth? Because if I was you, I would take and call them and ask them about that and tell them the tracking on it. And you want to know why you haven't gotten it. That seems so strange. I know my last town I lived in, this was so hysterical. I like the show One Tree Hill, and I never got to finish watching it because, you know, you get sidetracked with jobs and stuff and you miss seasons. So I found it online and I ordered the entire season of One Tree Hill, all of it, every season that they had. So I knew it was a big box. It was a big, like, long rectangular box. So we had a P.O. box at the time, and they had a pink slip, you know, like one of those slips in your box because it's too big to let you know that it was at the post office. So I went in to get it, and they said they couldn't find it. And I'm like, listen, I drove all the way in here to get this after my husband picked it up out of the post office box. Now you're telling me you can't find it. So next day we get another slip. So I go back in again. I'm like, you're kidding me, right? This is the second slip. They still couldn't find the boxes. Then why are you giving me a slip saying you have it? I said, well, I hate to burst your bubble, but I am not leaving here today till you find my damn box. Because I'm not going to keep making trips in here and you not be able to find my stuff. So I stood there and I was not leaving. I said, do I have to come behind the counter and look for my damn self? So the woman, she's like, okay, so I don't mean to be rude, but this is getting old. Like, I'm nice at first, but then I start getting pissy. So she was a nice lady. She knows I wasn't taking it out on her. It's just I'm not leaving until I have this box. So she kept walking around. They were checking all these different places and blah, 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 blah. And I was there for probably a good 45 minutes. They still had not found this damn box. I said, well, somebody's finding it because they keep putting a slip in the box and I'm just not leaving. So finally, they had 3 people looking for it. You'll never believe this. It was under the damn counter in front of their damn faces up against the wall. I'm like, really? So I finally got it and I brought it home, but it's just so irritating. You know what I mean? It's like, it just is. I'm like, they stood and she walked past it about 50 times trying to find it. And it was the whole time, it was right there in front of her. So whoever was putting in the notes in my box must have seen it and they kept trying to tell me to come pick it up. Crazy people. So I finally got it, but it was nuts. All that for nuttiness. So that's what I said. Like, I would call and be like, this is the tracking number. Why is my box not moving? That would be me. I want my box. But if anybody ever got, like, if you would ever get hit with any more shipping or anything like that, if you ever ordered off of me, or if you would get the wrong person's order, anything, just contact me because I will take care of it. Like I said, I shipped 3 orders to the wrong people, except for the last one. It was 2 orders to the wrong people. And then the last one, my copy and paste went into the email with someone else's link still stuck on it, not the person it was supposed to go to. And she paid for both. And that was so funny. And the easiest way to take care of it is, you know, if you ship it to the person or ship it back to me, I'll just reimburse you the shipping. And then, and usually when it's my mistake, they get an order free. I mean, I'm not going to complain about it. If it's under $10, it was my mistake. And if it's under $10, then your order probably will come for free. If it's more than that, that's be a different story. I'd have to find another arrangement. But it's craziness. But we do all make mistakes. I mean, it's no big deal. It happens. I don't get bent when people make mistakes. I just ask people. Or let people know, It's nothing to get upset over. Everything can be fixed. Well, mostly anything. Everything. Lost mail, unfortunately, cannot be fixed. Broken mail cannot be fixed either. But if I ship you the wrong person's package, I definitely can fix that. The only thing I can do is reimburse. And I know there's a lot of people with a lot of trust issues and they don't want to go through the hassle, but I don't see a hassle in it, to be honest. I mean, it is what it is. If you get an envelope from me and it doesn't have your mail in it, I would be upset too. Counting on something that got lost in the mail. I've had that happen. We were kids. You remember when you used to develop pictures? This happened to me and my sister both. Oh, there's that Bonnie person. That naughty Bonnie. No, we sent out, the 35 millimeters, I think it was, cameras. And for some reason, our films never made it to their destination. My question is, where the hell does lost mail end up? I still can't figure that out. Like, they should have a lost and found mail. And that happened to me and my sister both. The films never got to their destination and we never got the pictures. You know how sad that was? Losing family pictures. But there's nothing you can do about it because you don't know where it goes. It's disappointing though, but what are you going to do? I know one time we were outside. No, our pictures never made it to be developed. So I don't know what happened. But we were outside one day. Me and my husband were staying outside. My neighbor comes down the street. People I've never even talked to before. They're like 2 blocks away. They handed me an envelope. There was literally my driver's license, or my, not driver's license, my sticker on my plates. It was about to expire, and they had my renewal, and it was in their yard. I go, how in the heck did that happen? She says, I don't know. She's being my husband. We were outside in the yard picking up trash, and we happened to look down, and there was your mail. I'm like, oh, that's nice. They gave it to me like right before it was supposed to expire, so I had to hurry up and call and make arrangements. Do you believe that? In someone's yard. Craziness. Okay, now I'm going to have to pluck from my own coffee dyed paper, and it's upstairs. Did you, Bonnie? That's hysterical. So in case you don't know Bonnie, Beth is Patty's sister-in-law, Bonnie. And then Allison, well, she's just naughty. She's a naughty little elf. That's our Allie. Christina, I don't know where she went. Christine, I call her Christine and Kilburn's Christina. And Bonnie is my Australian debater. That's what I start calling you, Bonnie. We get on the telephone through Hangouts till they took it away from us, and I had to download Skype. And we get on and we have debates. She's my hard-headed Australian sister. I should say that. Hold on. I'll have hubby come down and say hi. I need him to bring me some coffee dyed paper. He took the day off, Bonnie, because my car needed register. We got another vehicle. And he drove it around town because he had to bring the papers and we had to sign. He did the loan and he ran around and got all that done today. And he drove it around town, Bonnie, and I called him on the phone like, "Where are you?" Because I was hungry and I didn't know if he wanted to order out or, want to go out to eat or something. He goes, "I'm waiting for the tow truck." I'm like, "What?" He says, "Yeah, I drove your car around after paying for it and I broke down." I said, "Please tell me they didn't sell you a piece of junk." He knows the people that he got it from, though. So they were the same people that came and towed the car and now it's in the shop already. He says, "No, I think what they did was they do something called a wash or something over stuff that's in the vehicle. I don't know what the heck that means. I'm not a mechanic." He says, and he thinks it knocked one of the plugs loose. I said, "It better." I said, because my other cars broke down. I can't buy a car and have another one break down. Oh my goodness. This is how our day's been. Always something. He goes, "It's my luck every time." He's hysterical. Hey, Mike. Watch this. I'm going to call him. He's not answering me. He's either up there on PlayStation or he's sleeping. You're going to hear me call my husband in my house because I don't want to yell in your ears.
Oh.
What were you doing?
No.
Huh? Were you sleeping?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I sent you a message.
You're playing PlayStation. I fell asleep.
Could you do me a favor and bring me down some coffee dyed paper, you snorehead? Are you cuddled up with my puppy?
Yeah.
Won't I be cuddling my doggy?
She's my doggy.
No, she's my doggy.
Bye.
Bye. So now you get to hear what he sounds like when he wakes up. He doesn't know he's on YouTube. That's hysterical. Poor guy. He works like all the time. I mean, seriously, they have him on 7 days a week right now. So he hasn't had no days off till today. And I've seen him literally come in, grab a bowl of cereal and start falling asleep over. I'm like, "Michael, your face is going to end up in your cereal." Or he'll be playing PlayStation and then all of a sudden he zonks. And that's what he just did. I had a feeling that's what he was doing. He's so tired. So I'll get my coffee dyed paper done here. I was hoping to get this finished. Oh, look at that one. Oh, it's too bad this isn't centered. And it's like the mom and daddy and the baby in the middle. Do you know how cute that would be? That's so cute to put on a page. I love National Geographic. I don't know why people throw these magazines away. I just cannot figure it out. This is one of the most wasted magazines ever here. See, Bonnie, I'm upcycling. This is my altered journal. Bonnie's our favorite upcycler. She doesn't want to use anything brand new. She likes to upcycle everything. So all you crafters out there, that want pretty paper that you have to buy at the store, Bonnie says, no, you got to upcycle. You should hear us talking. Quit buying that new stuff, she tells me. Upcycle that old stuff. But she does find some cool stuff. We don't have an op shop here, though. She has an op shop. Can't believe you were up there cuddling my puppy.
What?
They heard you.
Who?
Everybody on YouTube hears you.
Hear me know what?
Sleeping.
This wasn't snoring that loud.
Yeah, you were. You were snoring so loud we could hear you clear down here. I'm not going to get over. I'm going to spank you, though. I tell him that all the time. He just says, I'll turn the other cheek because it's jealous. Michael, I have. You're not the only one that knows the feelings of work. You be quiet over there. What are you getting? Did you run out of ice cream? Ah, see how well I know my husband? He's down here fishing around in the freezer for ice cream. He likes these ice cream sandwiches. Okay, so now that I got my coffee dyed paper and oops, I used my last piece. So you know what that means? I didn't keep the piece to measure, so I'm gonna have to recut. So we'll do it this way. Me too. I love them. National Geographics are awesome. You notice how I don't measure? So what have you been up to today, lady? Have you been behaving yourself? And how's Clivey? Is he being an ornery kitty cat? It's funny when you watch Bonnie sometimes when she would do her videos. Her kitty cat, Clive, likes jumping up into her business. He thinks he's a crafter too. I miss my cats. Did you get anything done today? I've been working on this book for the past few weeks. I'm almost done with it though. As far as decorating it. I'm not going to use the coffee dyed paper I already have put down here. I sold 2 more packs at my sale last night because I do have this that I will sell. And I do want to get some more paper dyes. I want to take the month of January and I want to relax, but I also want to build up some of my stash so that you guys will be able to see my colored paper that I can't keep in stock. I literally did as many colors as I could get away with. I put them in my Etsy. They sold out. I had a stash build up for myself, literally for myself. I come on and did a live sale with them and showed them. And the next thing I know, I think it was Yesenia. She bought a whole box. Like I'm talking a 13 by 8, like a whole box of my papers. And thank goodness I had a stash and I still had to work 3 days to finish the order. Because everybody loves the paper when I do the rainbow look and I flip through it. And I had green, pink, orange. Oh, I can't even remember how many colors I had. I can't keep it. Every time I start making colored papers, everybody wants it. And then I thought it was funny because somebody says, you sell the cheapest papers on here because I don't charge a lot. I don't charge for my labor. I sell 50 sheets for $5.75, which next year they're going to go up to $6. I did have them in my sale last night for $5.75 just because I wanted to do a little bit of a treat, which is a quarter, but still. And mine do not lay in a yard. Mine get baked. So I do not incorporate my labor, and I do not incorporate the electricity that I literally use to do my papers. But I don't care because I actually enjoy it. And I figure if I'm going to dye my papers for myself, I might as well make extras to sell. So that's why I keep my papers so cheap. I could do them out in the yard if I stuck them in my dog's dog cage, but I'm sure you don't want her fur all over your papers. But the rest of the time where I live, I cannot put papers outside because if I do, we have so much wind up here, they would blow everywhere. So we never have still air. So if I would go to do something like that, it would be all over the place. So I can't do what they call eco dyeing or eco dyeing or whatever. So I bake my papers. And now I don't know. I've heard people say that I've tried Kool-Aid and I wasn't impressed with Kool-Aid. So that's not one of my favorite ways to dye. But somebody was saying if you use food coloring or if you use Kool-Aid in that if you use sprays and stuff, it'll move the colors. Maybe so, but I would think that wouldn't happen if your papers were baked. I think once your papers are baked, the color's baked into the paper, so I don't think it would move. But then again, I've never tried it, so because I don't use liquid on my papers. I've painted, but I've never really used anything that would so-called move the color. So I have no idea. So if anybody's baked pages and then the colors have moved on you, please let me know. Because I've never heard of that. Not sure. Put this here. And then this will go here. And I did get a pair of left-handed scissors, and to me, they don't do anything different than the right-handed, to be honest. I bought the Tim Holtz left-handed scissors, and I don't see a difference. I'm a left-hander who has never used left-handed scissors. I didn't even know they existed. So I did. I broke down and bought a pair, Bonnie, and I used them the other day. It's like, what's the difference? I don't get it. I think it's funny. So we'll put that there. And then I'm going to take and cover this right here. This is my abstract work that I like to do. Is it this way? Yeah, it doesn't matter. So this is how I like to do these pages because I think it's fun. Well, it'd be nice if you could see, huh? I don't even have myself on camera. So I take the pieces that I cut and I rebuild a look to cover the words. And then across that bottom right there, let me see what I have. I need a piece of scrap. But we add a little mappage. Put this here. And then right here, cut this straight across. You can tell I don't measure. I guess. I cook this way too. Little dash of that, a little dash of this. Just like Tim always says on Project One Runway, make it work. I used to love watching that show. Just make it work. Put that right there. Bonnie, you're so funny. You're so silly, woman. Well, I'm glad I'm somebody's lucky charm. I wish I was my husband's lucky charm and my car wouldn't have broke down today. I said, it's sad that you had to go to the bank. You paid for it and then you had to have it towed in the same day. That's awful. There. I like this page, Bonnie. Look how cute this is. Anyways, so I go through and I pick out little pocket animals to go into the pockets. Well, I'll show you the book since you haven't got to see it. This is the front of it. This was a 2-pager. And then what I did was put the spine in first and then I put the pages down over top. So this is what the outside of it looks like. And this is where I started. And I thought this was funny because this came out on Thanksgiving. And I said, look at that turkey hiding behind the tree peeking around. Like, if you think you're eating me, you're crazy. Look at that turkey. That was hysterical. Because it did. This picture jumped out at me around Thanksgiving. He's like, you are not eating me, you crazy people. He thinks he's hiding behind the tree. Then we have a little kitty in a rocking chair. And look at this. We got a lizard with attitude. Look at that face. He looks like some people I know that haven't had their coffee yet. I'm sorry, but that's so funny. He's looking like, yep, you think you got it bad? Look at me. And then there's a scenic picture. I think these are so cute. And then there's a little nest with some birds. And then look, this was some washi tape I ordered because I do love this washi tape. And look at the little fox peeking out of the corner. I love my little pocket peekers. This is my favorite type of journal, in case you haven't noticed. And Then you go through here. I said, this is my happy place. And then here's all the rating space. And then here's a scenic picture. And then here's a pocket where the pages were torn out that I made it to where I wanted the size I wanted it to be as a pocket. And then here's the bear family, the mama and her babies. And then I just leave the blank pages that's already here in the book alone. And then look at that bear. He's watching you. He's looking out of that pocket like, I'm going to eat Bonnie. Where's she at? I literally need to make one of these a T-Rex for Jennifer Jane. I swear. I tease her about T-Rex all the time. And then here's a bear's playing peekaboo with a hanky. And then here's some birds. And then the pocket here goes down. And then here's another one. I love doing these type of journals. I really do. And then here's a wolf with a little bit of snow on his face. And then here's rating papers. Then here's a bird peeking out of the pocket. And then this looks like some type of billy goat up on the gruff. He's up on the wall. And then we have more rating paper. We got some flowers. And then here's another pocket. And then here we have a splashy penguin that's enjoying the water. I love that picture. I love it when you can catch pictures with water droplets and stuff. Then we have the snowy penguins. And then look at this bear. I found this bear up. He's on his back with his paws in the air, and he's this pocket animal. And then there's water, and then there's the side tuck. Because I took this page and folded it, and I glued it here and here and here and here to make this pocket. Then here's another bear. And then I have this pocket that we just did, and the rest of this to go. And this book will be finished as far as the papers are. This is fun, though. So we're going to do this penguin family over here, since this one's already cut. Sometimes I move it around because I don't want it to look like it's all one animal, because I like giving it a variety. And shoot, I forgot to cut the rest of my papers again. I hate when I do that. So we'll put this paper over here, and then we'll put Coffee Dot on the opposite side. That way you have a place to write and you have a view at the same time. I don't mind doing signature ones, but there's something about this type of book that I just like better. So I said this is like my favorite kind to do. It's like a glue book and a journaling book all in one book. And then in next month, everybody will get to see the journals I used for the entire year. I had Bonnie's last Christmas. I got a different person that I used this Christmas that I found on Etsy. But I had yours that I did that one Christmas, and I loved it. It was like the perfect size. Look how grungy that looks. Yummy. Let's see, how do I want to do this? I'll do it this way. Yes. When I start my books, I did it in part 1 where I do the math of how many pages there is, and I decide how many pages I want in it. And usually I go between 50 to like 116 pages. And then I take and I write down, I do the math first. I go and I What, Bonnie? Then once I do the math, I count all the pages, even the ones that don't have numbers. Because you know how in some books you get like the first few pages that don't have any numbers, or if they're in Roman numerals. I count every single page that's in the book, and then I do the deductions of how many pages I want to figure out how many pages to rip out. I usually count 5 pages and rip out so many. And then sometimes I have to come back and rip out more, depending if I want to shorten it or not. That's how I do it. So I'm going to use this just to cut these pages so that I have more coffee pages. This will be my pattern page. Well, that's because you're a wonderful granny. They can't help themselves. So Bonnie comes in and everybody goes quiet. I think they're afraid of us, Bonnie. Nobody's talking to us. Who else is in here? I see the number of 7 and only us 2 talking. What's up with that? If anybody's in here with us and you're actually creating one of these books with me, it'd be nice to know. I wish YouTube was like chat, in the sense that when anybody ever entered a chat room, you would see who was in the room with you. I wish they would bring that feature so we'd know who's watching us. Wouldn't that be funny? People thinking that they're sneaking up on people, and then YouTube all of a sudden shows who they are. That would be funny. You take care, Bonnie. Thanks so much for coming in. I'm glad you got to stop by and visit with us. I'll call and pester on you soon, I'm sure. We'll have to figure out a crafty time. Since I downloaded Skype, we can craft. Let's see here. One more piece. You can hear me cutting, but you can't see. Because I'm over here doing this in my corner. Okay. So, let's see. Let me find that grungy piece that I lost. Let me use this piece. We like our coffee dyed, smelling good paper. I love the smell of this paper. It smells so scrumptious. So let's see here. I'm going to cut this off down here. Put this right here. Still needs a little bit more cut off the side. So we're going to do a little bit more. Okay. like this up in the air like this. I like it. So I'm going to glue it. That looks good. I like that side by side. So then we have pages coming up that's blank. We are almost there. So I think what I want to do with the next 2 pages I'll do it like this. Yeah, we'll do it halfway down the page. Where's that right there? Cut this off. Gosh, my legs are killing me. And then let's cut part of this over here down. Yeah, that looks good like that. Glue, glue, glue. I love my Aleena's tacky glue. Put that piece there. Pull this off. Okay. Take a little bit off here. A little bit off there. Looks good just like that. Flip this back over. Come on. Okay, I'm gonna go back over this part a little bit. Alrighty. Got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 23, and then maybe the back. That's all that's left. There's no more pictures left of this magazine. That map's pretty. Nope. No more out of this one. It's kind of interesting. How much do I use in this book though? Hmm. Well, that's cute. Oh, look at his little eyeballs. Yep. Well, darn. Thank goodness for Sort Quick. Oh, the Pony Express. How cool is that? Hmm. Nope, nothing in that one either. And sometimes you just don't find what you're looking for right away. That's funny. Nope. Well, that's pretty. I like that. It's really pretty. See over here. Get the scraps. I should have a piece that will fit under that. Space here. I'm going to take some off the other side. A little bit more. Yep. Take this. Do this first. Take this. I like it. That's pretty. Except their papers. We're trying to follow. Okay, so we have red button. Okay, sure. Let's see. This page would be cool for a black and white book. Some of these even would be interesting for a Western book. Oh, that's cute. That's a cutie patootie. We'll set that off to the side. That one's done. What's in this one? Ooh, that's pretty. It's almost like a Simba. I like that one. That one will come out. But here's the last of what I have left for now. In magazines. It's beside me anyways. Let's see what's left in this to put aside. These are cute. It's different. Grab this out. And set it aside. You may have to look for more pieces to finish this one. Maybe. Oh, that's cute. Looks like a dirt explosion. Definitely use that one. The prairie dog. Let's see here. Aww, that's so cute. I want to use this one and the next page. These are adorable. Too cute. Too cute not to use. Okay, here's this magazine. All right. Okay, here is the last that I have next to me. That is, that's pretty. Yep, rotten teeth. Nope. Not showing any more animals. Oh, look at there. Just said no more animals, and out pops the deer. Get this out of the way. The deer is pretty. Nice picture. Oh, that's pretty too. Ooh, look at that sky. Woo! Love that. Okay. Probably wouldn't hurt to put a little weather in there. Keep on scooching. Ooh, big bug. Ew, more big bugs. Remember, only you can prevent forest fires. I can't. Aw. Okay. So let's see what pictures we have gathered. White. That is so pretty. Put this here. I'll put that at the top of the page. Let's see. Here and here. Come on, let's go get that. Come on, blue. Work, work, work. Okay. I love this. This is so awesome. Glue that corner. And then this blues on this page is just beautiful. Okay, I'm gonna do this first. Put it like that. There. And then turn it this way. See here. There. Did that again. I don't know what page I took that off of. I have to go back and find it later. Okay, let's see here. A little bit more. like that. That looks good. That's pretty. Beautiful. Love that weather page. It's so pretty. Back here. Weird. Oh, it's this page. That's where you came off of. There we go. I refound you. Rating, non-rating, rating. Non. Maybe I'll just do these two like this. Because I think this is so stinking cute. Okay, we'll put you here. And I need she has a piece that wide. Before I cut that one. How much is this piece? Okay. Plenty. Take you. Straighten up a bit. Short fall, that's okay. Okay. Do you first. Okay, team, you just dropped everything. Klutzy fingers. Okay. Way. Put you down first. And this would go really cute right there. And then two here like this. That is so adorbs. And grab this. Everything I keep dropping. Where the heck did my pen go? There it is. Excuse me, put this over here. Cut a tad off. This down first. And we'll go up here and get the other one, and they can face each other. That is so stinking cute. Okay. We're having a face-off. I keep looking at this now. I keep thinking it's Caddyshack. Okay, so we're gonna glue you facing the other one. There'll be no writing pages on these two pages, except for underneath. So I guess there is a little bit of writing. Alrighty. So we'll take this. I love it. More adorb. That is so cute. Love these two pages. So you come through, you have a writing, you have the dandelion, you have some weather, and you have two cute little prairie dogs. Let me put this back on here. So then that means this next page we'll do a writing page. This off the bottom. Let's do some more of this. There we go. Looks good to me. Okay. And like that. And then here, let's see. We'll bring the lion in for some color. So on this one, so we'll take some off the bottom. Because I don't want to lose that orange at the top. And then some off this side, some off the other side. A little bit more. And then there. That looks good. And then flip this over. And that looks beautiful. And then because the next page is a partial, we'll go back through these and pick a shorter picture. And we'll do these ones. Yep, right there. Jude. Oh, just working on an altered journal that I started. How are you doing tonight? I started sorting orders and then figured I better do my regular Wednesday live. But I'm going to try to get the orders together tomorrow if I can. My husband went to pick up a car and it broke down. We've had one of those days today. Because my other car had a lot of issues. We went and got a different one and he drove it today. He went and got the papers and paid for it and he broke down and had to be towed by the same company we bought it from. So I'm hoping it's nothing major. It's terrible just to buy a car and it breaks down. That's our luck. So this is a book that I started. This was a book that was in my bookstore that nobody wanted. It's about taxes and business and such. So I took National Geographic's and I covered it. This is what you consider an altered journal with no signatures. And then, because I don't know what all everybody's done on here, but I deduct how many pages that I wanted it in it. I think it's like 116 is what I picked. And then I go and do the math and I count 5 pages and tear out so many because I want it like a certain size. I try to do front and back, like either 50 to 100 some, but I try to keep it like under 120. So that's what I did with this one. I got all the pages torn out. And then I start decorating it into a journal. And I put my coffee dyed paper to cover some words. And then where I tore the pages out, see if I get to the first one. This is a page here that, okay, all the pages between these 2 pages were torn out. So what I did was I cover where they were torn and I glued down, I took the page and turned it down this way and glued it here and here and then glued it here and here. And I turned this into a pocket. And then I keep going. And the next page, I have it glued to the top and the bottom, and I turned it into a side pocket. So you can hide stuff in this journal if you want to, like important papers or whatever. And then I kept going and I kept decorating because I like using different scenic. These are kind of like nature type journals. And I did the same thing here, but what I like to do is I call these peekaboo animals. So National Geographic, I go through ones that show in the pocket before I glue them down. And like the bears sticking out, and then I finish it. And then this is my coffee dyed paper covering over top. This is my happy place. This is my favorite type of journal to do. I do signatures too, but I like this type the best. It's just my favorite for some reason. Then this pocket this is where the pages were torn in between this. So I glued it down the right-hand side and across the bottom. And now you have a pocket that goes from the top down. And then I just keep adding the pictures I think look good in here as I go along. I like having stuff to look at. And then this one here, what I did was when I flipped it down and glued this and put my coffee dyed, I took a strip of what was cut off of this and then I put it here to give it color. And then you have a bird peeking at you. And then I go through and then here's some flowers. And then sometimes I'll put waterfalls in and stuff like that. And then I have a side pocket here, but I always mark them with paper clips. And these could even be turned into altered paper clips, like decorated. But I look for, like, in National Geographic, I love it. The funny pictures they get of animals. Like, I love this where it shows all the splashes off this penguin. And then there's more penguins. And then you keep flipping and look at this one. It's a bear. And he's laying on his back with his paws in the air. Is that like not the cutest? Whoever takes these for photographs, they do the cutest pictures in nature sometimes. And I like them for my pockets because they're so cute. And then I just put trees and stuff below it. And then here's a bear eating berries. Look at this one. It'd have been cute if this would have been a centered picture with mom and pop looking at baby, but the one was cut off in the magazine. But it's still cute. He reminds me of Happy Feet. And then, like, when you have a half a page with no words, like, words that go down the part way on the page, I usually put coffee paper or an animal to cover it, and then I leave the rest of this to journal on. And then here's another pocket that goes down. And then here's like a dandelion. And then this is the weather. Look at that blue. Oh. And it's hard to not want to keep them. You know what I mean? Like I did a journal of 3. One sold as a donation because I was doing a fundraiser, and another one I did as a giveaway, but I kept the third one and I actually used it. It's filled already. And then when January comes around, I'll show all the journals I used all year. These look awesome with writing in them. Black pen. So it's hard to create something and not want to keep it. I don't know how some of these journalers just give them, get rid of them. I want to keep all the ones I make. It's not that, I always like somebody else's work better. I think that's just a crafter's issue. But the one that one I made, it just resonated with me because it was everything I like in it. You'll see it in January when I do a flip of them. But I kept it because I really, really liked it. I was like, that's the first one I've liked totally that I've made. And then this one I've just been playing around. So if anybody wanted to come and craft and learn how to do an altered book, I started it a few weeks ago. I did part 1. And I told people, get your book, get a book. And the ones that I like the best are like the 9x6s are pretty close for this type of book because when you go to flip the pages, the bend, you don't want it too short because then it creases too much. So this one here is like a 6 9/15. Like a 9x6 is what I usually pick. And but it's a little bigger. And then this is 9 5/8. But that's okay. Close to 6x9 to me. And then I just keep going through it until I'm done with it. And I have this many pages left. I got this one done tonight too. Look at that little penguin under its mama. That's my pocket one for this one. I just got the rest of these to filled and this is finished. So I have a little bit of writing space over here. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to add this picture here since it has a little bit of space in it. Look how cute this one is. It's 2 prairie dogs facing each other. That's so cute. It's either you can read this as I'm Twitter pated or bring it, brother. They're either going to hug each other or fight. And then this over here, I have to get some more magazines together because like tonight I ran out of my pictures that I want to use so far. So this is like the end of what I have for this evening. So wait a minute here. I never measure. I just guess. I don't really have a procedure on how I do this. I just kind of wing it as I go along. Or a process or whatever you want to call it. I just wing it. That's how I did these books when I first started. I think, what can I do with this page But I didn't do with the rest of the pages. But I want to make it to where they fit the page to where when you bend them, the paper doesn't get caught or nothing. You missed my friend Bonnie that was in here. She's Australian. Yep, he does. That's funny. I was going through my live stream last night to make sure that I have orders. Sometimes I double check to make sure I didn't miss anything. I felt so bad for 23. He come in here and says, she doesn't even see me because I was trying to get stuff organized over here. I love to go back and read what you all typed that I miss. Because there's some pieces of the conversation when you're selling that you don't see. You guys were a riot last night. Going back and reading your comments was so funny. Because running a chat room, you're not selling. So you get to see everything that's being said in text. And it is like, but when you're selling, sometimes you miss it. And it's like, that's the only thing I hate about selling. Is because you guys are in here making comments and I miss them. But you were all so funny last night. Yeah, it was. It was a really good night. And later on, I had a Maddie raid. She brought a bunch of people in, and it was hysterical because they were all jealous over those books I sold. It was funny. Some of the ladies were drooling over those books, Jude. And I think Heather typed in, they're already sold. That was funny. So I got to tease them. But I just can't get over how beautiful they are. I haven't even got to sit down and show my hubby. He was down here tonight. I need to show him what they look like. He never even got to see them. So we have this and this, and then I'll probably do, let me see if I have any more partial pages. I need like a partial text page. There might not be any more. I don't know. Let me see. Oh, yeah. Here's one. Okay. Perfect. Look at that deer. Oh, my goodness. This just like jumped out at me. I know. That's what I said. You snooze, you lose. Well, I didn't even know Maddie was selling last night. I had skipped over to her channel. I had no clue that she was selling. But I only go once a month. So, you know, I can't do the once a week or 3 days in a row or twice. I can't. My body just can't handle it. So I stick to my once a month, and I always go the second Tuesday of every month. And if they can't go around me, that's their problem. That's what I say. Because I always try to make sure that I show up at everybody else's when I'm not having mine, you know what I mean? But I do the second Tuesday. I've always done the second Tuesday of every single month, and I'm not changing. In my lives, if you go back on my channel, I've always done Welcome Wednesdays too. That's the only time I ever do lives. Is I would go Wednesday at 9 p.m. East Coast time, and my sales were always the second Tuesday. There I started at 5 or 6, but I like 5 better because I try to get done earlier because I try to take into consideration the time zones. Because I think around 9 o'clock people start falling asleep. Oh, I'm just my face, like, you don't even know. I go to that mall all the time. Like my husband, I drag him to two places well, actually, there's three places. There's two places. There's a place near the mall that's like a Mission, and then there's St. Anthony's, like that's further away. Those are or St. Vincent's, I mean. Those are the three places I love to go look around in before I have my sales, because usually St. Vincent's is pretty good. Like sometimes they'll have doilies and hankies, and sometimes they have the cards I'm looking for. They sell like everything. Like you don't find that stuff like at our Salvation Army and Goodwill. They don't sell like encyclopedias and things that we use. So sometimes you might find some stamps there, but that's about it. So they started the antique mall. It used to be a Denmark's. That was years ago. And they turned it into an antique mall here where they have a bunch of vendors in it. Well, then up the street is where that Mission House is. So the Mission House, one time I went there, oh my goodness, Jennifer Jane went nuts over these beautiful scarves I found. They were like all India. They looked like boho. They were gorgeous. They were peach and beautiful colors. And I never saw that at the Mission before. So I bought them up and then I sold them at the sale and everybody loved them. Like my camera didn't even do these things justice. They were more beautiful in person. And she messaged me through Facebook and said, these are absolutely beautiful. I said, I know, that's why I picked them up. So then I've been looking for those and everything's gotten real shoddy lately. I don't know if it's because of the virus that people aren't donating stuff or what it is, but I haven't seen hardly any doilies or nothing because we very rarely have doilies anyways. Well, then I went into the antique mall and there's a guy there that told me he was going to try to find ledgers. He says he sees, but I still have never seen him in his booth. I run into him every once in a while. There's two of them I talk to. So then I met this lady and she usually leaves cards because she knows I'll come and pick them up. It's nice when you get to know the vendors when they're there because all the prices at our St. Vincent's is just unreal. They're so cheap here. It's crazy. The churches are actually the cheaper prices to get things than anywhere else. Our Goodwill's outrageous. But our Salvation Army's pretty good. So I had told them I never asked for the picture albums because I never thought they would find stuff like that around here, because usually it's older books and I've never found any ledgers. I've never found any albums. Hey, Arlene. I never found anything even close. And we go all the time. Like every single time before a sale, I tell my husband, let's go just check it out and see. And most of the time, there's not even any new stuff. It's just the same items. And so we went further one time and we went closer to Pittsburgh, closer to the city to see if we could get stuff. And oh my goodness, Jude, I went into this one antique place and like, it's funny, the antique stores around here, because they all are into something different. Like we have one that's just about furniture. It's like they'll get encyclopedias and stuff in there and they don't care. Like music papers and stuff like that. Their stuff is so cheap when it comes to books and papers because they don't care about that. They're all about the antique furniture. So this one place I went into, this guy, he had an album that was half sitting there. There was no front cover on it. I have it upstairs. I'm still petting that one yet. But it's nothing like you two got yesterday. This has no cover and it has no back. It's just the center. And it had some pictures in it, but it had tiny types in it, which is like a 10. And it's a picture, but there was something like back in the day, if you type in tiny types, he had no clue what they were. So when I was standing there, I asked him how much he wanted. He says, oh, just $1 a piece. And I forget how much the album was. It didn't cost that much at all. And so I texted Patty on the way home because we left. And she says, you get back up there and get those, because she said they don't even sell under $7 online each. She said, I've never seen somebody have a tiny type for $1. So I hurried up and went back and I bought it because he didn't know what he had. So when I went to buy the album, he says, ma'am, he says, since you're interested in photos, what do you think of this? And he hands me this basket. And my mouth like hit the floor. We're talking letters from the 1800s. He just handed me this in a basket. So I'm looking at these letters. I'm looking at him like, are you really for real? And he's like, some guy brought this in and I'm really not interested in selling this. He said, but you seem like, since you're picking up paper, you know, the photo album, like you would be into paper. Yeah. So I tried not to show my surprise and I went through it and I found a letter from a person in the military who basically wrote a poem on a piece of paper. It is beautiful script. It's like, these letters are amazing. So I went through the basket and I was trying not to sound too surprised, because if you do it, then they up the prices, you know? So I was like, how much do you want for these? And he says, well, make an offer. And I'm like, at this guy, are you crazy? And I'm like, okay, I don't know what to ask. You know, so it's your antique store. And he's like, well, you can go through whatever you want. You can have for like $1 a piece. 1,800 letters with envelopes and stamps. And he's selling these for $1 a piece. Really? So heck yeah, I jumped on it. My husband's looking at me like I'm crazy, because the guy was trying to convince me to take the whole basket. But I didn't want to take the whole basket. So I literally took my time and I went through it, because some of the envelopes were empty. And I didn't want the empty envelopes. I'm not after stamps. I want the letters. So I went through and I picked out what I wanted and I brought them home, and it's amazing. Like there's like there's like telegraphs letters in them and stuff. And I'm still petting those. But it's amazing what he just basically almost gave away. And I said, here's my email. If you ever get anything in like this again, please let me know. I'll come up and pay $1 a piece. You can't find stuff like that in the antique mall for that price. But what's funny is when you walk through the antique mall, it's like people don't know how to price items. Like things that are valuable to us, sometimes they have hardly nothing on them, but then sometimes they have things outrageous to where people aren't going to pay the prices because they're already picked. You know, like they have like the picker prices already on them. But I try to go as thrifty as I can. And the only thing I usually add, depending on the price, what I feel, I'll put like $1 or 50 cents more, because I'm just trying to bring stuff for us to use. I don't bring something to the table for like $5 and charge 10. So, you know, like one of the books I sold, for instance, last night, like you can see in these Disney books, I'll show you. Because I know that there's collectors out there too, but like you can see up in the corner, these were originally 35 cents when they were bought. Okay. Because they're from the 70s, you can see very faintly right in this magazine, it says $5. I only charge $6 for these. You know, it's not even my gas to get there and my time for looking, but that says $5 right there. So I charge $6 just to make a little bit of a profit, just because I want to make something off of it because of going out to pick, but I don't charge like triple or double. I just don't want anybody to ever think, you know, well, she probably got that for $1 and put $5. No, I don't do it like that. Yeah, I try to keep it as low as possible, but I still got to make money for the gas and the travel. You know what I mean? Like for my time to go picking, I want to make something, but I try to keep it, you know, low for everybody. And that's not me. If anybody ever wants to see the price tags on this, I can gladly show it. And usually you can tell if when I put those books out for $50 last night, that's what I paid. Usually when I start an auction, it's the price I actually paid. So Jude gave me like a $20 profit off of that, and I'm happy with that because that's the gas money and stuff to even get that album. And even Jennifer Jane only giving $5 more. That's fine with me because I want people to be able to touch something from the 1800s within reason. Because I would never been able to buy that if they would have had those books laying there for like $200. Those albums, I would have never been able to buy those. So that's why I told Arlene, I said, please start these out for $50 because that's exactly what I paid for each of those albums from the 1800s. Because I don't want to rip people off. Every time somebody starts an auction off, like for $1 or something, I always put, I never want to put $1 in. I want to put 2 in. You know what I mean? Like I want to take it to the next price because I feel that that's what they put in it. So it's amazing. Like it's so nice when you do have auctions. Like I don't like having them a lot. I like doing flat prices the most, just simply because I don't want people fighting over stuff. That's just me though. But those I had to put in auction because I just, how do you price something like that? How do you price an album from the 1800s? I was just in awe. And it was so funny because I almost missed them. Like I literally walked past them because it's a circle. And what they had, like when you come out of the elevator at this particular mall, they had a whole glass case enclosure and they had Barbies and all these old Barbie stuff, propped up. And me and her went to the left. We didn't even see them. And I walked all the way around and we were looking at cards and I was looking at the Disney books and we came back up. And what was funny was my side started hurting because, I have arthritis real bad. My knees were hurting. I literally stopped and I put my hand on the glass case to rest and they were right there. And I went, and my daughter's like, Mom, what's wrong with you? Because she knew I was in pain. And I think she thought that intake of breath was I said, oh my God, what's in front of me? And it was like, I saw those books and they took my breath away. Like I literally walked over and I had both of my hands like this and I had them down like this. I was like, these can't be the albums from the 1800s. It was so funny. If you'd have seen my face, I was like a little kid in a candy store. And it was just like, I'm feeling them and touching them. And I was afraid to look at the price tag because I thought, please don't let me get my hopes up and I won't be able to get them. And then just to know that the first thing I checked on them was the latches, because a lot of times when you get those types of albums, the latches are broke or something's missing. So the first thing I did was play with the latches, and then I flipped them over and I was looking at the back. So it was crazy. It was crazy. Yes. And then I opened and I'm like, you got to be kidding me. And I opened them and I'm like, oh my God, look at all these pictures. Because I had no idea what to expect. And I was like a kid. And then I thought, my husband just went and he put down this money on my car. He is going to kill me for even spending. Because usually when I go over there, I only like for cards and things, I try to pick up like one thing for like $20 or a couple books for $5 each. And this was like, I walked out of there spending $119. And I'm thinking, he is going to kill me. And I took the risk for you all. My hands were sweating because somebody always said, if you have a bad feeling about something, don't do it. And I almost, Jude, put them back. I kept saying, do I want to risk it or do I want my husband to yell at me for spending this money? That's terrible. And I told my husband, I said, see how mean you are? He says, what? I said, you had me sweating walking out of there with them because I thought you were going to kill me because if they wouldn't have sold, he'd have had my head. Because this was his money, not mine. I have my own account through Etsy, but I didn't have that amount in it because Etsy just took out the fees. Because they do at the end of the year, they take out the fees of your sales. I had $1.73 in my account, ladies. $1.73. That's all I had. So I had to use his money to get it, and my hands were sweating. I thought, should I or should I not? And I thought, you know what? To hell with it. I'll just listen to him yell because I am taking this home to the ladies, because if I don't, I will never see this opportunity again. Because I know how long. So I didn't tell him. He didn't check until after the sale. I didn't tell him until after they sold. I'd hid. It's like, and I said, you don't understand. I said, we look for this stuff all the time, and it was like a jewel. That was like a one in a lifetime thing for me to ever find them. I have never seen them. In my 53 years, I have never seen these albums in any places I have ever been in, ever. First time I ever saw one was on Patty's channel. That I ever even knew they existed is when she pulled one out on her channel, and I thought, oh my God, that is so gorgeous. It's the only time I've ever seen them. So, yep, I had to. Yep, Arlene. They made me do it. The Crafters made me do it. So, yeah. And I had sent Patty pictures of them to ask her opinion, but she don't read my messages. So I just unsent them because I was going to ask her opinion on it, because I do that every time I'm out and I find something spectacular. I'll like message her saying if this is worth the price, or, you know, I ask her questions all the time because she's the vintage person, but she never answers me anymore. So I thought, you know, she didn't even look at it, my messages. So I just retracted them because I sent her pictures of what they look like before I got them. But I have, I'm so glad I did. I really am, because all I kept thinking is I just want to bring something fantastic to the crafting community, because I've never found anything like that. I've never found used ledgers. I've never found albums or anything like a showstopper. And those just took my breath away. And it was like, wow. Just wow. And it's not that, you know, I have one that I had bought off of one of Patty's auctions. I have one. Don't get me wrong. But it was like I kept petting him and thinking, after I bought him, it was like, do I want to sell him or do I want to keep him? But I'm so much of a sharer, and I really love to see what people do with the items, that I was like, no, I've got to share these because I have one, you know. If I didn't have one, it would have been rough, but I already do, so I'm okay with it. I just want to share with everybody else. I want somebody else to hold something from the past like I got the chance to. Because I never forget the first time I held my first book from the 1800s. My husband, like, what's wrong with you? You just don't understand. You will never understand unless you have a passion for books. And I do have that book still. Because all I kept thinking the whole time I was feeling the book was like, who held this? Who took care of it? Who read this? Whose hands were it in? Like, how did it make it clear from the 1800s to 2020 and stay in shape? Like, because the beginning of 2020, or was it last year? I don't know. Maybe it was last year I bought it. I'll have to look at the date. But it was not long ago that I held my first book from the 1800s. And it was from an online auction, not on YouTube. It was an auction on the web, and it was amazing. I looked at the book. I was going to buy it and get it. And when I held it in my hands, I couldn't do it, especially when I found out it was poetry. And it is a beautiful book. And it sits beside my bed. And I pet it every once in a while. And I also read it. It's just, but it's crazy. But I think, have you ever had one? It just amazed me. It amazed me. Now, I have seen cabinet cards. Oh, that's sweet, Arlene. I have seen cabinet cards throughout my life, but I never really collected them. Like I'm like really picky when it comes to cabinet cards, like what I would use and what I wouldn't. I'm just here lately. You know how like a lot of people use the Tim Holtz people. I don't like people in my journals. I know that sounds horrible. I'm not a people person when it comes to art and crafty stuff. I like animals and nature, and I don't know, just here lately I've been just getting into the cabinet card thing for like the front of a book and people. It's never been one of my favorite things, but it just depends on what the picture looks like. Some of them ladies look mean back then. Like they never smiled in those pictures. But it's not too bad. Like here lately, I was interested in a couple cabinet cards and I bought them. But there's a lady over at the antique mall that has cabinet cards, but her pictures are so outrageous. You know how like some of the sellers on here sell them for like $3 or $4. She's got hers marked 12 a piece. That's a lot of money. I don't think people would buy those, so that's why I don't bring those home. So what I said, there's some things over there that's super duper pricey, and there's some things that are really cheap. Like there's an antique dealer. I can get I don't know. His prices on his postcards are weird. He'll have like something that looks like a vintage Santa. He might have like $3 to $6 each on some of those cards. Like he don't sell those for $1 at all. Like a lot of the ones that Patty sells for $8, I think it's, what is it, 10 for $8. He doesn't have those like that. But then he has other ones that are like places and they're either blank on the back or have postage and written on them. And he sells those for like $4 for $1. So to me, I don't know. To me, I would think the stamps and the writings would be more, but I don't know. His prices are like all over the place. So I don't ever find. And then the one place I go to that sells furniture, they don't sell every single card they sell. It doesn't matter what postcard they have, whether it's old or not. They're still all like $3 or more a piece. It's really hard to find those like $1 a piece. They're like high here. But I don't know. It's crazy. But that guy that's closer to the city, though, he can call me anytime. He's got 1800 stuff and letters. Yeah, for $1 a piece. Yeah, those I will pay $1 a piece for. But I do have some stuff I need to turn into digitals. I just haven't done it yet. Oh, who was it? It was you, Jude. You're going to have a surprise coming in your mail because I messed up on one of the makeup things last night. Do you remember when I showed you the one that looked like the ink with the feather? And I told you that this brush went with it? I was wrong. There was no brush that went with this one. It actually went with this one. So this was another, the Suva. This is Hydroliner. This is the one the brush went with. See, look. because I lost the sticker and it said 2-piece Suva Beauty set. And that's what this is. SUVA. So the brush actually goes with this one, not this one. So I decided I'm going to send this to you for free. So you're going to have 2, and so you can use this brush for both. Sometimes I do that. You get a surprise. Yeah, because I was like, the stickers keep falling off of everything. And I was like, what the heck? So it is what it is. You'll have both. Because my sticky notes are awful. I do that. But no, I'll go ahead and do it. I mean, I would rather see somebody use it than it go to waste. I don't want my makeup to go to waste. It's just going to sit here because I'm not going to use it. So I figured, you know, because I kept thinking, did that come with the brush? Because it's been so long that I've, you know, matched them up with together. So yeah, that's what I'll do. Oh, well, that's so sweet. Thank you. I love doilies. Oh, you're welcome anytime. And I like baby doilies too. You know, the little round ones and the little square ones. Those are so cute. I just got something here not too long ago. It looks like tatting. I'll have to show it. I don't have it down here. I have it upstairs in my other computer room because down here I'm trying to turn my bookstore into a craft room. But I'll have to show it to you sometime because I can't tell if it's a fine crochet or if it's tatting, but it looks like tatting to me. And it's really cool because it's in like little circles and the person didn't finish it. So I cut the rows off and it's adorable. I don't know how to do that. I can crochet, but my grandmother used to do tatting and stuff, but she never taught us that kind of stuff. I wish she would have. So then this is going to go here. I'm going to glue this in here. Oh no, I can't use this piece because I don't have no more stuff down here. I'll have to wait. Maybe I'll put this here instead. That'll work. We'll do this here. And I'll finish this page. Oh, that'll be so cool. That'll be awesome, Jude. My fear is shipping every time I mail out of the country. I'm always scared. Shipping out of the country is so outrageous. You know, it's funny. I have a friend on Etsy who owns alpacas. And she had a customer out of New Zealand. And she was like scared to death because she has a farm and she makes yarn and all that kind of stuff out of her alpaca fur. And I'm sure you know a lot about that being in New Zealand, Jude. And she said that one of her biggest customers was out of New Zealand. And she was like freaking out because whatever the order was, I can't remember what all this woman ordered. It was like $10,000 worth of alpaca stuff. So she said it was over in New Zealand but it was stuck in a warehouse. And for some reason it was there for a really long time and they wouldn't release it. So she said, so the customer's asking me for the money back and I don't have it to even reimburse because it was spent on, her bills. And she said, I cannot come up with that team. She was like freaking out because she's also an occupational therapist, but she owns, she shows her alpacas and stuff like that. And she kept sending them an email saying, it's there. It's showing the tracking that it's there. But I can't help it that your country's not releasing it to you. She says, I was literally crap. That's a lot of money. She says, I was literally crapping because I didn't know what was going to happen with this because they were getting upset like I didn't send it, but it was there. And she said, finally, they got the order. And she said, I was never so relieved. I said, I can imagine. I wouldn't have $10,000 to pay back neither. This was way before though. This was like a few years ago this happened to her. That's what's so weird about it. How fast do you usually get mail when it's mailed from here? How long does it usually take you? I've never mailed to New Zealand, so you'll be my first. Really? That's it? It usually takes a month for my mail to get to Australia. I sent my mail out to Jennifer and I got the thing upstairs. I'm going to see how long it takes. Well, that's not too bad. Does she mail any special way or does she just do regular post office though? I mean, I hear people talk about pirate shipping and different types of shipping, but I don't do any of that kind of shipping. I don't know if there's special shipping that people use to send into another country or not. I just go the regular way. I do through Etsy. Except Jennifer Jane, she actually got 2 packages. It's going to be interesting to see what she gets first because she put an order in that's coming through Etsy, and then I sent her a personal mail that I filled out the form and sent through our post office. So I can't wait to see what they were like a day apart. I can't wait to see which one she gets the fastest and how long it's going to take. I'm pretty excited in Canada. It's going to be interesting. I like testing stuff like that. See, I don't have any special way to do it though. That's the thing. That's what my biggest fear is what your shipping is going to come up as on Etsy when I go to post it, because that's the only way I know how to do it. See, I don't use Pirate Ship. If you go to our post office and you would ask them about Pirate Ship, they would look at you like you're crazy. Priority mail is something that I would never do out of the States. And the reason why, Jude, is because I sent a giveaway one time to a person in the UK. Priority was $78 in a priority box. When I came home and repacked it in a brown, just a regular brown box, it dropped it to $36. So I don't do priority. I think priority might be cheaper within the US, but it definitely is not cheaper to send out of the country.